Rest.
It is now 3:58 p.m. and the Warwick Finance Committee is called to order. I need a motion on PCR 55-26 and 5626 to move both of these items to the floor for a public hearing.
Point of order, do we need to do in each one
No,
individually?
I've
You do
already
both?
consulted
Okay,
with
thank you very
council
much.
solicitor.
I
Thank you
figured
for
you
that
had.
question.
So I make a motion to move to public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have motion, we have 2 seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Finance Committee is adjourned.
And you can hear us up there on the feed, right? All right. All right, we have one more colleague. We'll be here shortly. But it's already 7 minutes in, so we'll get going. 4:07 p.m. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Sinapi?
Here.
Mr. DeLuise?
Here.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gebhardt? Mr. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. Muto?
Here.
Mr. Napa?
Here.
Mr. Ricks? Here. 8 present.
Right on time. Councilman Lattiser, if you please lead us in the salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, above bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, first things first, I'd like to request, unless there's an objection from members of the council, that we move discussion of the school department budget to tomorrow, starting at 4 p.m., followed by any departments for which we do not have time to discuss today. Is there any objection to that? All right, and then my next suggestion is that we tonight cease our deliberations at a roughly 10:30 p.m., given that we're going to have tomorrow anyway, and given that there's a lot of unique things going on this year in particular. Normally we'd get it done in a night, but there's a lot of circumstances that haven't been seen here in a long time, if ever. So I figure it would be best if we do that. But does anyone have any objection to that? Councilman Lewis.
No, I have no objection, Mr. President, but I just want to confirm that it will be unequivocally stopped at 10:30 and no new item will be moved forward.
I don't see why not. That's why I said like approximately, just because if we're
Okay.
we're finishing
Thank you.
something. All right, and Councilman Gebhardt can't be here tonight because there was a death of a close friend of both their families. It was unexpected, so he will not be available tonight, but it is not with bad reason. So give your thoughts to him and his family and the family of the one who passed. All right, that being said, purpose of the meeting is our public hearing on PCR 55-25, resolution relative to transfers, supplemental appropriations, and emergency appropriations, as well as PCR 56-25, resolution adopting the budget and estimating the tax rates of the city of Warwick for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, inclusive of FY27 general funds, FY27 personnel funds, and FY27 special and capital funds budget. And first up, we'll have an opening from the mayor.
Good afternoon. This is the sixth budget that I presented to this council in my tenure. and has been a real challenge to create it. This budget calls for a 3.86% tax increase and a drawdown of approximately $3.7 million from the fund balance. The reason for both is the $15.8 million debt service that we have to pay as a result of voter-approved bonds for school refurbishments and the building of 2 new high schools, totaling $444 million. Contrary to what some have implied, this administration has anticipated and planned for this period of time between issuing the bonds and state reimbursement by building our fund balance to over $30 million to have substantial reserves to get us to the finish line. But now for some good news. For the past couple of years, I've been working to get reimbursement from the state earlier. Working together with Randy Rossi, who is the director of the League of Cities and Towns, and Mario Carino, the Chief Operations Officer of RIDE, they've agreed to begin full reimbursement on the issuance of a certificate of occupancy of the 2 high schools. That means we don't have to wait for the demolition of the existing buildings, the building of the new sports fields, or even the students to move into the new schools. This is a game changer. It means that we'll get the balloon payment and we'll begin receiving the reimbursement on debt service 2 years earlier than expected. Regarding school funding, the Warwick Budget Commission had formulated a deficit reduction plan that called for an increase in school funding of 2.18% this budget. The school department has demonstrated to me that because of the expenses like mandates and transportation, they could just not function with that amount and asked that I increase it to 2.68%. I agreed to propose that in my budget. And I should reveal that part of this year's increase was to be used to pay down their deficit by $1.1 million. This won't be possible for them to do so the city will be picking that up. I keep hearing complaints that the schools have been underfunded, but since I've been mayor, I've increased school funding $17,582,280. And with state aid, the school department has received $32,335,849 in increased funding. And bear in mind, they also have a deficit totaling in the millions. But there's now a new administration in place, and they've worked very hard to find savings and rectify the situation. This problem didn't appear overnight and will take time to fix things. That's why I proposed the requested amount. As for the city side of the budget, this really is a bare bones budget. We looked for ways to cut expenses and explored all avenues and made whatever cuts that we could. To cut this budget any further would be to reduce services or the quality of those services to the residents. I hear the catchphrases like Warwick doesn't have a revenue problem and has a spending problem. The spending is all related to services provided to our residents. Do more with less, that doesn't work. That's impossible. We're doing all we can with what we have. My brother was the DPW director when he retired in 2017, and he had 21 more workers in the DPW than I have now. The city hasn't gotten any smaller. There's a lot of work to do, and we only have so much manpower and equipment to get it done. In this budget, we continue to fund our capital budget with an emphasis on infrastructure. When I got here 5.5 years ago, this city couldn't reliably pick up trash or yard waste, cut grass. We were borrowing fire trucks and rescues from other towns and didn't have enough police cruisers. Our water infrastructure were in crisis. This was all because of actions that were taken in the 2010s in this very council chamber. Because of the $39 million we received from the American Rescue Plan Act, we were able to fix a lot of this, but we still have a ways to go. It's crucial that we maintain and improve upon the work that we've already done. If we make the mistakes of the past, we will quickly be back in the colossal mess we were in just a few short years ago. And there will be no way to fix it because I don't think we're ever going to see anything like ARPA funds again in our lifetime. Warwick's taxes remain near the middle of the pack among cities and towns. In the past 2 years in Rhode Island, many towns such as Providence, Woonsocket, Cranston, East Greenwich, Middletown, etc., have had to raise taxes over the 4% cap and didn't have the reserves to avoid it. This is not, nor will it be the case in Warwick. In fact, if we didn't have all the voter-approved school bond debt, there probably would not have been any tax increase at all this year. The city of Warwick is in very sound financial shape. Thank you.
All right, we'll get started with, first up is executive. First things first, do we have a motion to open the public hearing on PCR 55-26 and PCR 56-26? Motion made by Councilman Lattiser, seconded by Councilman Muto. All in favor? All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we're open. And for those wondering, this item is on page, really? Page 9 of the proposed general fund packet. Sit page. Oh, and page,
Page 1, for folks looking at the agenda, the GF and the number represents the general fund booklet, and the page number in that, and the PF stands for the personnel funds, and the page number on there, as well as when you get later in the evening, we will have the ECF is the enterprise and capital funds booklets.
all right, so if you don't hear me say the number, just refer to your agenda. If for some reason you don't have it, feel free to ask. Go ahead, Chief, sorry.
Bill Facende, Chief of Staff to Mayor Picozzi. The executive budget is a slight increase. I believe it's 1%, 1.94% over last year. The increases are salaries, which are part of the contractual raises, step increases and longevity increases for the staff. There were a couple of small decreases in the line items. We decreased the office supplies and equipment, as well as service contracts.
Chief, is it fair to say the longevity increases are required contractually?
Yes,
All right. We might want to start off each department by stating whether or not any of the increases, just basically what you did, just you can roll it all up into one if there are any increases in there that are not required, and then we can proceed from there.
correct, okay.
All right. Does anyone have any questions regarding Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to speak to the same thing. And when we're talking about contractual raises, that will also include any step increases / longevity, or, however this is determined. So I'm going to just go right to yours, Chief, because it's the highest one in that department. It's a 4.18% increase. How are you coming up with the 4.18?
It's a 3.25%, the contractual. Then there's a mid-year 0.9% raise. And I'm the only one in the office that does receive longevity. So
You're
that
the only one that does what, please?
receives longevity.
Okay.
That's also factored into that. And keep in mind, I am doing both the chief staff position as well as the community development director position. That's why it's 50%
Right.
in both positions.
For a total compensation of 182,636, correct?
That adds up, yes.
Yeah. And so the step increase and the longevity, that goes along with
So there's
the
no
other
step
half of the
increase for me.
salary too, right? Sorry?
There's no step increase for myself. So it's just the
Whatever those
contractual
increases are,
raises.
was the
Correct.
contractual increase, and then you said the longevity?
Longevity, correct.
Okay. And that is also in the other hat you wear as well?
Correct.
Okay.
And yeah, and just so you know, 2% of the salary is coming out for the OPEB contribution as well.
Okay. So the service contracts, you hadn't spent anything, or at least the projection was no spend in this year and no spend in 2025. So what is the service contracts used for, that $1,000? What would that be used for?
Could be anything that we need to hire someone or enter into a contract for, whether it's, off the top of my head, I can't think of something that wouldn't, in the water cooler, could be, could be anything. It could be part of a
Some
copy
housekeeping
machine,
stuff,
could be a
yeah.
printer, could be anything.
Okay.
Subscription, could be anything.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for this department? Councilman Muto?
Hi, Chief. This is more of a clarification, just to say it one more time. The increase on your salary is contractual and longevity. There's no implied or stated raises built into that, besides those two items.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Anyone else from the council on this? All right, anyone from the public wish to speak in the executive department? Speak on the executive department. All right, seeing none. Next up, we have the legal department.
This is for the solicitor, under everyone except for, I believe, the council solicitor here that represents the city legally. There's no increase over the previous year. I'm just asking for the same that we use this year and project this year.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you. So on the legal services, the approved budget for 2026 was $475,500. As of today, it looks as though there's still an available budget of about $102,125. Where do you project spending that 102 between now and the end of June?
I'm not sure where you're getting your number from. We just signed some vouchers to pay. We pay it monthly, so they're on retainer. It's a set amount every month. So I'm not sure where you're getting your $102,000 remaining.
From the Munis report as of today at 246.
Okay, I haven't reviewed that, but we're anticipating spending the $475,500, or at least what their monthly retainage is. That's what we're required to spend, because they're under retainer.
But you don't have, to your knowledge, you don't have invoice, because there's nothing encumbered in this report as of today, assuming this Munis
Correct.
report is accurate. There's nothing encumbered.
Right.
And your spend year to date is 378, 374. So you're anticipating getting invoices in the next 6 weeks of 102,000.
I don't know what the invoices totaling will be in the next 6 weeks, but we do get them monthly. We have, I think, 3 or 4 law firms that send us billing. Some are behind in the billing. They send us a monthly bill. They don't charge us hourly. They charge us a retainage. No matter how long they work on a case or how long they answer a call, much to their chagrin, they get the same amount every month.
So what's the retainer per month?
It's all different for the solicitor. For Arcillo is different than it is for Wyatt Bruchu, and it's different than for David Petrarca. They're different amounts, as well as for Kerry Raffinelli. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you those numbers.
So when I'm looking at year-to-date expended of 378, let's round it up to 400,000 for just about 10 months. It's safe to say an average of 40,000 a month. So we have another month and a half, so 60,000 I think would be a reasonable add. Okay, that's 438. Okay.
Plus, that includes if they have to bring in outside legal counsel as well.
It includes what, please?
If they have to bring in outside legal counsel as well. Specialized legal counsel. The 475,500. So it's not just the solicitors, it's for all legal services other than the city council solicitor.
Okay. Okay. I got the number I need. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. Line item 12-361, Public Defender. I see that that is funded similarly to last year. Just to make certain, has any public defender been hired yet?
But not to my knowledge, and there's no amount year-to-date, so it'd be zero. So it is required that we have a public defender for certain trials and before municipal court. Yeah.
Makes sense, and I understand the need for it. So there is the intent to fill that position this upcoming fiscal year?
As needed, yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Napa?
Thank you. Chief, for the prosecutorial solicitors, Wyatt and Kerry, does their monthly retainer cover if they have to bring in expert witnesses for trial?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So the buffer here
Right,
would probably cover that.
yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Any other members of the council have anything for legal? Do any members of the public have anything? Any questions for legal? All right, seeing none, we move on to the city clerk.
I currently have 2 vacancies and 3 employees that are receiving step increases. The only increases are contractual, nothing else.
Can you state your name for those listening at home, please?
Excuse me.
Can you state your name for people
Oh,
listening?
I'm sorry. Linda Broska, city clerk.
Does anyone have any questions for city clerk? Councilman Lattiser?
So to confirm on the court technician, there is an 11.99% increase in salary. So do you have the percentage for that add up to that 11.99?
It's contractual. So she has been here 4.5 years. She's at top step and she will receive her step increase. I don't have the union book on me, so I can't tell you the exact numbers. If you want that, I'd have to.
Okay, so it's the contractual raise
It's
plus
contractual.
step plus longevity?
Yep, so it's contractual on the court tech. It's contractual on everybody for the 2 raises, the 3.25 and the 0.09, okay? And then the step increase is on 3 positions.
Okay. So the answer is no one in this department has received a raise outside of contractual step or longevity.
Unfortunately, no, we did not.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, I do have a couple other questions. So you have a records control clerk, 2 of them actually, and there's actually a reduction of 2.66%, and then a records specialist with a reduction of 10%. What is the reason behind that?
On the records control clerk.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Records control clerk left the office and somebody from the outside was hired, so she's hired in at step 1. So there's your decrease. And the same thing with the record specialist. She has taken a different position and someone was hired from the outside who starts at step 1.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else have anything for the clerk's office? Do any of the members of the public have any questions regarding the clerk's, city clerk? All right, seeing none, we move on to probate court.
Linda Broska, city clerk. There are no increases in this as well. It is strictly contractual.
Councilman Lattiser.
Director, I assume it's the same reasoning for the planning assistant reduction because it's a new person in a lower pay grade?
I do not have a reduction. Where do you see a reduction?
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong item.
No,
Wait,
she's not going anywhere.
Disregard.
She's not going.
Do you have any other questions, Councilman Lattiser?
Just bear with me 1 minute.
I'll use the law at, oh,
Okay. I
never
do.
mind.
No, actually, I'm all set with that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, for those who don't know who are watching or listening, many of the council members submit their questions offline. So that's why you'll see some of them who might ask very little, if anything, tonight. Some who will ask questions that they feel that they need to hear tonight because they have follow-ups, et cetera. All right, next up is, oh, thank you. Any questions from members of the public on probate court? Just go ahead up to the mic, make sure you state your name, and then have at it.
My name is Richard Langseth, Budlawn Farm, and you just said that council people are submitting questions by email or something, and how are the answers? What happens?
So that's a standard practice for how we conduct all things. Individual council members submit questions to the administration on one matter or another regarding things that are going to be before us or elsewise, and then they get whatever response. I can't.
Oh, that's fine. I just wonder, do we have access to these responses?
I defer to the solicitor. My understanding is no.
I'm not aware of what may or may not have been asked, so it's hard for me to opine. That's a question for you to ask.
I have no idea what you just said.
I'm not aware what may or may not have been asked by anyone, so it's hard for me to identify an answer to your question.
Okay, so I'm had a hearing here, and city council people are asking questions, and they're being answered by the administration online, and we don't have, as far as I can tell, we don't have access to any of that. I can't read it any other way.
So that's been the modus operandi for well over a decade, if not decades, sir.
Well, I'm not questioning how long it's been. I'm just questioning whether the public is being fully informed as to what's going on.
We've publicly that's how we conduct our, making sure they're efficient.
Okay.
Did I get your mic this time? Is it going in and out? Yeah, all right.
So I can FOIA or I can do an APRA request. How do I get these answers to the questions?
Again, I defer to the solicitor, but my understanding is that's not possible.
Well, that's not fair. I don't think that's a good answer. I'll write up a complaint. I mean, I don't want to drag this out. Thank you.
Already. So does any other members of the public have anything for probate? Do you have something for probate court, Councilman?
Actually, it's a follow-up question regarding questions submitted. So the questions that you just alluded to, are those questions that have been submitted to the administration prior to the commencement of this budget hearing? Or are these questions that are being submitted as this budget hearing is taking place?
Yeah, so just to be clear, I was referring to that, and Phil, by the way, if there's another mic, I'm going to need it because I can even hear it going in and out. What I was referring to is the questions all of us, we all submit questions individually to the administration regarding one topic or another. We get whatever responses we get. I can't attest to the contents of them because they're submitted individually. We go through our council liaison accordingly. It's the process we've had and will continue to have. This isn't about conducting business in the dark or anything like that. Far from it. It's making sure the council members are informed on topics before they come here so we can actually ask pertinent questions rather than just flail in the dark.
So I understand about the questions that we may submit from time to time prior to a council meeting or prior to this budget hearing. My question is, if a question is submitted other than by members of this council that are present or even present, will those questions be disseminated on the record?
But we'll conduct ourselves the way we've conducted for years. I'm not sure I understand your meaning.
In the years that I've been here, I don't ever remember hearing that questions are being submitted or may be submitted regarding this budget hearing other than the questions that we ask right here.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, the only reason I stated what I stated was so that those who are watching or listening and those who might be here aren't concerned while some council people aren't asking anything as if they don't have anything to say or question. It's because many, if not all of them, have asked prior. That's all.
Okay. All right. I wasn't clear on it. So if I wasn't clear, I'm assuming other folks weren't either.
No, that makes sense.
Thank you for that.
Understood. Is there anything else for probate court? All right, seeing none, we move on to municipal court.
Linda Broska, city clerk, and the only is the judge in this budget code.
Does anyone have any questions on this? Do any of the members of the public have any questions regarding municipal court? Councilman Napa.
Just one quick question. Service contracts increased 10,000. Are we anticipating higher service contract need for, sorry, service contracts increased 10,000 when we haven't hit that benchmark yet? Service contracts in municipal court, are we anticipating higher need?
The service contracts are going up in municipal court due to the amount of violations that are being issued, because we pay per violation.
Understood. And that's probably because of the new camera systems and all that. Okay. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for municipal court? By the way, thank you, Phil, for the mic. All right, we already asked if there are any members of the public, so now we move on to personnel department.
Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director. There are no changes in the personnel department's budget outside of the across-the-board increases in contractual. And there's, it's actually the personnel costs are a little bit less than they would have been given the across-the-board increases because we did have 2 departures, and so new people were hired at a lower rate.
Does anyone have any questions for the personnel department? Councilman Lattiser?
On your salary line item, you have 15,101, which increases to 425,365. Can you explain those increases?
15,101, I didn't see that. or I misheard.
And if you could speak clearly into the mic, because I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying.
So are you speaking to the difference between the personnel supplement and the budget?
Am I speaking to what? I'm speaking to, in the Personnel Department budget, line item 15101, salaries municipal. Your 2026 budget was 404,346. You have a projected budget for 2026 of 348,267 and a request for 425,365.
I think that projection owes to some vacancy savings over the course of the year, but the 425,365 is current salaries with the two across-the-board increases. The projection will represent some vacancy savings during the year. Because we had two vacancies, two people left, and we've had another position vacant for most of the year.
Bear with me because I am looking for a total. I believe that there may be a discrepancy in your departmental total because you're showing 438,365. And just, you have to bear with me for a minute till I get to that page.
So I didn't hear the last thing you said, but the 438,365 is a combination of the salaries, overtime, temporary services, dues and subscriptions. That is the total. The 438,365 is not just salaries.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so I have looked at your numbers and it appears as though the totals are actually 433,365.
In the personnel supplement, if you look at that, that's the numbers, 433,365. That's the total salaries. And it also the cost of temporary services and overtime. So that's just personnel costs. Mm-hmm. Underneath that, there are deductions for water enterprise fund credit, sewer enterprise fund credit, and pension asset credit. The pension asset credit pays for the pension administrator. So what our cost is for this year on the personnel side is 433,365. In the budget document, the annual budget document, in addition to that amount, the things that show up on the budget document that are not on the personnel supplement are office supplies and equipment, some other miscellaneous costs, so 3,000, 1,000, and 1,000. So that accounts for the discrepancy between what you see in the personnel supplement and what you see in the annual budget.
Okay. All right. That explains it. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything for personnel? Any members of the public have anything for personnel? All right, seeing none, we can move on to Legislative Department. Oh, look, that's us. Does anyone have any questions regarding our budget? Councilman Muto?
Thank you, Mr. President. When I look at our budget, we look at a overall decrease of 23% year over year. And that has to do with the reduction in professional services. Would you mind sharing what the reasoning was to remove the professional services from our budget?
I didn't reduce it, so I can't share that reasoning, so I'd have to defer to the administration.
All right.
As you'll hear from me on Thursday, I oppose reducing it, so.
I also.
Lynn Prodger, Finance Director. I actually cut your budget because I did it to everybody, and I tried to pull a history of where you were using, what you were using in that line, and so I reduced it. That simple.
So what you're saying, you just admitted that you did that across the board?
I spared no department.
Mr. President, I would recommend that we have a discussion of these professional services considering the additional workload and additional information that we have been requesting and needing to legislate. So I would like to open a discussion for bringing that back and putting a financial analyst on our payroll.
Yep, that's one of the many reasons why I oppose it and why on Thursday I plan on proposing an amendment in accordance with that if it's not proposed elsewise. So I think we're on the same page.
I mean, we're going to talk about finance in a minute, but I do have a contingency line in there for any emergencies. So my assumption was if you needed to hire somebody because you had a process I could possibly find something in there. It's usually used for, like a weather emergency or something like that. But.
Yep. Yeah, I'm purposely confining my comments to Thursday because it's going to be a proposed amendment rather than what we see before us, because we've heard why it was cut, the rationale at least. So.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that out there.
Mr. President.
I heard somebody. Yes, Chief.
Chief Stefani. To the mayor's point, when he did his opening remarks, this is a bare bones budget, and we looked at every department, every line, and cut wherever we could cut. And historically, the council hadn't expended that money, so there was, that was taken as sharing in the pain of the rest of the departments as well. So
Understood. Like I said, I'm confining my comments to Thursday because that's when they'll be pertinent. Does anyone else have anything for the Legislative Department? Does any members of the public have anything for the Legislative Department? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the Board of Canvassers.
Good evening, Krista Tracy, Director of Elections. I apologize for my voice. I think I'm losing my voice. Hi.
Are there any non-contractual / non-required raises in your budget?
No, all contractual, no vacancies, and no new hires.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you. Director, on the job code 020, it's a 23.74% increase. Can you give me the contractual raises that add up to that?
Chairman Lattiser, Bill Facenti. So inadvertently in the budget, the personnel supplement, those two salary line items, 020 and 720, were flipped. The dollar amounts are correct. for 2027 respectively. You just have to put them in, you have to move the budget line item 020 to the voter registration technician.
Okay, so let me just make sure I'm clear, Chief. So the voter registration technician should be 020.
No, the salary for the voter registration technician, job
Okay.
code 720, should be the 76,367.
Okay,
And the Board of Canvass's clerk should be the 64,290. The only increases were contractual and longevity, if eligible,
so when was this discovered?
after the budget document was printed.
After the budget document was printed and prior to tonight? But
Yes, prior to tonight, but
we weren't notified about that.
correct, we would notify you now.
Oh, wonderful. Okay,
So there are no, in the budget itself, on page 11, the numbers, the salary line item is correct, as well as in the personnel supplement, the total. It's just those two salary amounts were flipped. There were a
Okay.
lot of versions that went back and forth, and it was just missed.
sure. But Chief, you know what? It would have been nice to know about these things ahead of time, because we do spend a lot of time looking at these numbers and try to figure out how in the heck did you get to 23.74% increase, which just raises questions that perhaps didn't need to be raised. So it'd be nice if we knew about these things ahead of time.
Okay.
Thank you. That's the only questions I have. I'm assuming that voter registration, the overtime, that is a question. So on the overtime, Director, why is the overtime, and I'm not complaining, I just want to know what your reasoning is, particularly in an election year, that the overtime has been reduced by $3,000?
As Lynn had stated, we're down to bare bones, so we're cutting back as much as we can where we can.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I'm sorry, we're down to bare bones, as Lynn had said, so we're cutting back as much as we can where we can.
Okay, and you're comfortable with this budget that you have?
I am.
Of a total budget of 343, 347, but in the salary line item of 227, 247.
I'm comfortable,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Right, yeah, and when we do get to a particular department, if there are updates that we need to know about, please let us know. That way, it's not a surprise to anybody. Councilman Napa.
Thank you. Just one point of clarification. Chairman, that the 20 some odd % increase that you had referenced, I redid the math on the corrected salaries and it only comes out to about 4%. I redid the math on those salary increases. It comes out to about 4%, not the 20 some odd because of the misprint. So just as a point of information for everyone. And just one question for the director. The primary election expense that you incurred in 2025 was about north of 72,000. We're budgeting for 50,000. Do you think that's $22,000 is a fair
I
increase?
think it's fair. It's not a presidential year. I've made purchases as far as bins, signage through 24 and through this past fiscal year. I'm comfortable with it. I am.
Okay.
Confident.
Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
All right, anything else from members of the council for Board of Canvassers? All right, anything from members of the public for Board of Canvassers? All right, seeing none. Move on to the Finance Department.
Lynn Prodger, Finance Director. I do have an unusual personnel change. It looks like I have a new employee, the System Project Analyst. This is not new. It's actually a transfer from the MIS department. The intent is to reflect the work that he's been doing, kind of improving some of our accounting systems and things. Otherwise, the raises in here are purely contractual.
Are there any questions from members of the council?
I have two other increases in my budget. One, that employee attends a conference every year about our Munis software. So I moved the travel from MIS over to finance. I've also increased professional services because that's where we pay for our audit. And I know that I'm currently out to bid for that. With the chronic delays of our audit, I'm assuming they're going to ask for more money because we're making them do more work.
I know that my understanding is that there's frequently delays due to one particular department. Is it more than normal? Is that why you're expecting such a large increase for that line item?
Honestly, it's just kind of a guess. I'm waiting for the bids to come in next week. And yeah, I mean, our audit's not done yet. That puts a lot more work on our firm.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize, Director. There was a couple things that you may have already said, and I didn't hear that clearly. So on the System Project Analyst, that's a new position.
It's a transfer from the MIS department.
Transfer from the MIS department?
Correct.
And what was the reason for that transfer?
It reflects the work that he does clearer. He looks to move his career further into working with our enterprise software. And it was an employee request that I agreed with. There's no raise, just a transfer.
And what was the salary of the position prior to this transfer?
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same?
Yep.
And the School Budget Commission, Secretary of the School Budget Commission, that's eliminated. And these other positions are all within contractual requirements?
Yes.
And where does Mr. Schaefer fall in this finance document?
Mr. Schaefer is under temporary services.
He's under what?
Temporary services?
Temporary services?
Correct.
And that there's a 30% change in that, so that's increased from 30,000 to 39,000?
So last year, we put in the budget the net amount. I have talked quite a bit about the difference between gross and net on this microphone, and I wanted to show that clearer here, that Peter Schaefer is paid through temporary services at $39,000 next year, and that the bond will reimburse about $25,000 of that expense. Last year, we netted them together.
So last year's salary, what I see is 30,000 in your personnel supplement.
Last year, he himself would have taken home more money than that, but there was a bond reimbursement, so the cost of the city was lesser, was the 30.
So you said he's in temporary services.
Yes.
So is he working as Peter Schaefer invoicing the city of Warwick, or does he work for another entity that invoices the city of Warwick?
He's a part-time employee.
He's a part-time employee
Correct.
of the city.
Correct.
So does that mean we are paying benefits on him as well?
He is a part-time employee. He does not qualify for benefits.
So he does not get any benefits.
If you mean healthcare, no.
It's what, please?
If you mean healthcare, he is not eligible to have our healthcare.
He's not eligible for health care.
Correct.
Does he get?
I mean, we pay FICA and Medicare.
Yeah, of course. That's,
but,
you know,
yeah,
so
that's a benefit.
temporary services, why isn't that a salary line item then? If he is an employee and he's on salary, why isn't he in a salary line item?
Some of our temp employees are, we have a number of temp employees in the city. Sometimes we use a temp agency. Sometimes they're paid as a employee. Much more commonly if you want to talk about the 75-day rule, but.
Okay, if.
But he's not paid through a temp agency.
Yeah.
He's a temporary part-time employee.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's not clearer with, you know, a job code. There is no job code to this thing. He's an employee. We're paying FICA, we're paying FUTA, we're paying TDI and whatever else we're paying. So he is, by all definitions, an employee, but yet there's no job code here and he's just listed as temporary services. So it's kind of like, let everybody guess, you know, what he does and who he does it for. So how is this $39,000 salary determined? Is this just a flat fee? How many hours does he put in a week? Does he show up at the office when on a regular schedule or when he's on call? How does all this work? How do you get to the 39,000?
He works on an hourly rate,
Which is?
$75 an hour.
Okay.
And he works when we need help with work. He was here this morning. He'll probably be here tomorrow morning. But it depends on what we're talking about, what we're working on. Right now, he's working on the school bond.
Okay. So he's getting paid $75 an hour. So does he submit to the department a time card for his hours? How do you know what his hours are?
He tells us.
He tells you.
Yep.
So there's no accounting for, you know, when he's in work or when he's not in work. He just tells you what the hours are.
He meets with me most mornings in the mayor's office.
It's what, please?
He meets with me and then he comes over to the mayor's office.
Any of these other items here, because it strikes me as interesting about this temporary service thing for an employee. Salary, to me, a salary is a salary. You get paid, you know, whatever the number is, $500 a week, it's a salary, not an hourly rate. Is anyone else, any other individual or budget code in here that is by the hour?
In finance, only Peter.
I'm sorry?
In finance, only Peter's an hourly.
Only Peter.
Hourly.
Okay. So he's the only city employee that is listed in temporary services, getting $75 an hour whenever he tells you he needs to get paid.
He's doing work.
And why is that a 30% increase again? Tell me why that went from 30,000 last year to 39,000 this year. Is he
Because
putting in
last-
more hours?
Nope, no more hours. Last year he was budgeted net, and I'm trying to be transparent about what he makes and how he's reimbursed through the bond. Last year we netted those together.
So his salary was 30,000 net? Is that what you're saying? Last year was 30,000 net?
Approximately, yeah.
Net of FICA and FUTA and TDI?
Bond reimbursement.
I'm sorry?
He's part of the closing costs on the school bond.
So did we have to come up with the money for the FICA and the FUTA and the TDI on that on top of that 30,000? You said it was net, 30,000 net. Net means, you know, what's remaining from a gross after deductions, right?
Chairman, as a point of order, I think what the director's saying is that that was a net expense to the city, not a net
Yeah.
salary, right? Is that what you're?
Yeah, so if you pull Peter's wages, they will be different than what was expensed to the general fund.
So last year, Peter was a subcontractor, not an employee?
He was an employee.
So how do you have an employee and you're only showing net wages? If you have an employee, wages are gross.
Well, that's why I'm changing it this year.
It's what, please?
I agree. That's why I've changed the way that we budget it this year.
I understand. But the fact still remains that that isn't what was done last year. So last year, we were presented with a salary for Mr. Schaefer of $30,000, and now we're finding out that's net of $30,000. That's not how you run a budget. Net. You run a budget on, here's the salary, this is gross. Out of that comes all the other stuff. Kudos to you for straightening out now, but these are things that, just like a few minutes ago, we just find out that there was a change. These are things that this city council should be made aware of early on, as opposed to one of us, some of us, or all of us having to waste all this time digging into these things to find that out. That's just particularly concerning. So, all right, I know what I got to do with that. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Napa?
Thank you. Director, can you just explain for clarity for us and people watching and listening at home, administrative assistant for finance and half an FTE, is that employee serving sort of like the chief of staff, two different hats in two different departments, or is that a part-time position?
It's a full-time employee. She works for community development and the finance office.
Thank you. And then just one question on something that you had said, that our budget's behind. Our audit is behind schedule. Is that because the city was waiting for information to receive information from other departments, or is that just because it's a cumbersome budget and we haven't gotten to the correct
audit?
Yes.
It's solely the school department.
Okay. And because they haven't presented their audit to you?
They haven't presented the information to our auditors, not completely. Right now, they're held up on their UCOA audit.
Okay. And without the school department finishing their audit, the city then can't do its
We
own
cannot,
complete audit?
no.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Mito?
Okay, so can we just go over one more time your net numbers and your gross numbers? So just to make sure we're on the same page. I'm looking at temporary services. And in 25-26, we had $30,000, and you're saying that was the net number?
Yes.
Okay, so that net, it was 25,000 above that?
We actually, it ended up a little less than that, but we budgeted the net.
Okay, but the gross, if you were doing it this year, what would that number be?
39.
39, okay. And then on the proposed budget, and this is where I lost you, or what the council person. So we have, the request is 14,000 in temporary services.
Yeah, because when we get the reimbursement from the bond,
Yep.
ultimately the expense will be net. So you need to combine those two items together.
So it's net, not gross.
Well, the expense is net.
Yep.
The supporting document should show the detail that gets to that amount.
All right.
Because
this-
I mean, the 18101 is also all the salaries with the enterprise fund back charges net to it.
All right, I'm just challenging consistency here. If we're gonna go gross, let's go gross all in and the offsets, because I'm replaying an example of the dollars for healthcare several meetings ago, where we upcharged or up budgeted X amount of millions of dollars, but in the reasoning was that, oh, we can't pull out the net from the contributions from the employees, so we needed to up that line item. This feels like it's the same thing. I
actually see where you're going.
Okay. Thank you.
I haven't looked at it from that perspective before. With, it is funny because when you do the journal entry for these, you offset the expense, which is reflected in the budget here, and then the money that we're getting in from the enterprise funds is actually a revenue. So there's a two-sided entry that comes in on the other side too.
So would that be an adjustment that we possibly make just for consistency?
No, because there's a two-sided entry that comes over of revenue, which you'll see on the revenue side probably late tomorrow night, that offsets these expenses. So when you budget for it on this expense side, you actually do have to do that. The healthcare is a completely different animal because we pay those invoices to the trust. And I wanted to make it clear at the time that this is actually what we are paying to the trust, which is the same logic here. I wanted to be clear about what we are paying Peter Schaefer here. And then we will get reimbursement from the bond for some of those expenses. We get reimbursement for healthcare from co-shares from employees.
So that's where you're losing me here, is that you want to show what we're paying him.
Right.
We're paying him $39,000.
Right.
So we should have $39,000 in that line item.
No, because accounting standards say you don't do it that way.
All right. Are we going to apply accounting standards all the way through? Because I want to make sure, because I have some accounting standard questions.
Well,
later
no,
on.
because then I will fail our audit.
All right. I'm just challenging the picking and choosing of accounting methods. So
I actually do see where you're seeing that, but they're similar but different.
Okay. I will yield, but I don't agree.
Councilman Lattiser?
So I'm confused because in the personnel supplement, you have temporary services, which this year you're budgeting for $39,000 in the personnel supplement. But yet in your general fund, you have 18,440 temporary services approved in 2026 for $30,000. And as we already discussed, that doesn't say whether it's net or gross. But then you only are requesting $14,000 this year in your general fund budget. So where are you going to get the other $25,000 from?
In the closing costs of the school bond.
In the closing costs of the school bonds.
Correct.
And when do you get that?
And in this case, next year, we won't actually be seeking the final tranche for the high school projects. So we'll actually have to do an accrual entry to move that and get reimbursed in 28.
So once again, we're borrowing some money from what we're anticipating on getting from school reimbursement.
No,
Like,
from the
to-
final tranche of the high school bond. Nothing to do with the reimbursement. It's part of the closing cost.
But it's a reimbursement for the school, from the school bonds, right?
You're talking about reimbursement from the state.
No, I'm talking about whatever you said. I asked, where are you getting the extra $25,000?
When we do the final tranche of the high school bond,
Yes.
the first expenses that come off of that are all called closing costs. So that includes bond counsel, Bank of America fees, all of that. In there will be an invoice for Peter Schaefer's time.
So the only time that Mr. Schaefer is putting in with the city is strictly on the school bond stuff?
No,
No. What else?
he had a lot of opinions about this budget.
A lot of what?
He had opinions about this budget. So he consulted with this budget as well, among other things.
So he does a lot of other things other than just the school bond stuff. But yet,
Yeah.
25,000 of his 39,000 is coming from school bond stuff?
The majority of his time is related to school bond.
Councilman, you have about a minute left.
Professional services. You've increased your professional services by $40,000.
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm out to bid at the moment for an audit firm, and I've been told it will increase significantly.
For an audit firm?
Yes. My contract ends with the 26 year, so I need one for the 27 year. Sorry, 25 year. I'm getting my years mixed up because we're so far behind.
So that professional services line item is strictly for an audit firm?
Yeah, there's some small fees for arbitrage on bonds and things too.
So kind of like a city council auditor type of thing, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And you're also increasing your contingency by 25,000 to 200,000.
No, it's always
I'm
been
sorry,
200.
I'm sorry. Let me re-clarify. Your projection for this year is 175.
Yes.
You're looking to carry forward 200,000 again,
Yeah, some years we've needed to use that 200,000.
even though in at least the 2 or 3 years that I have, you have not used anyways near 200,000. So in 2025, you used 114,000. In 2024, you used 74,000, right? So why haven't you reduced that line item by 23%? Because you haven't been using it. It's been sitting there, but you haven't been using it.
I see where you're going. It's there for only emergencies. So the year that we used it the most was quite a few years ago when we had a macro burst. We had a lot of trees down. We needed that money and there was no reimbursement. This year we had a lot of snow. Ultimately, I didn't need to use this because there was an emergency declared. So we reserved that money in a fund for FEMA.
Sure.
But if the council decided they needed to hire a consultant to do some work, contingency could be a place where that would happen. But the intent of that fund is for emergencies.
Councilman, you're out of time.
Budget analyst.
Councilman, you're out of time, so unless someone motions to give you more time.
Okay.
Councilman Ricks, sorry.
Move to give Councilman Lattiser an additional 3 minutes.
Seconded by Councilman Napa. Any objection? All right, have at it. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Budget analyst, is that a new position?
Nope.
Okay. And the individual that's in that position in Budget Code 481, I don't know if it's a he or a she, do they qualify for contractual increases?
Correct.
They do. Okay. Duly noted. Okay, thank you. That's all I need.
Councilman Napa.
Director, can you just explain the rationale as to why we would finance $25,000 of a salary of a part-time employee over 30 years at a premium, rather than just pay that out of the budget and allocate that money elsewhere?
It's because most of the work he is doing is consulting for our bond. That's the rationalization.
Just seems illogical to finance $25,000 when we're talking about a $382 million budget. Relatively small number to incur 7% interest on over 30 years.
It's a tiny amount of money on the bond.
It is. That's what I mean. It seems illogical to incur interest on something that we could absorb into the budget fairly easily.
If you would prefer to do that, we could do that. I have gone through this budget to try and find every amount that I could.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
All right, any other members of the council for Finance Department? Any members of the public have any questions for Finance Department? All right, seeing none, we can move on to Treasury.
Good evening. Kyla Jones, tax collector and interim treasurer. This budget has no increases for salary items other than contractual. There is one longevity increase in there. There's no vacant positions, and the change for personnel amounts would be the position of treasurer, which is split with collector.
Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Director, on the accounts payable specialist, you're showing a 21.2% increase. Can you give me the breakdown on how you arrived at a 21.2% increase?
That was a step increase.
I'm sorry?
It was a step increase for that employee.
Okay, so that's what I want to know. What's the contract increase? What's the step increase? What's the longevity increase? To total breakdown of the 21.2%.
It's all contractual.
But what is the contractual? That's what I'm asking. Is the contract for the base salary, I think it's 3-point-something%, and then you have the step increase and you have longevity. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the items that equal 21.2% increase.
I believe I'd have to look in the union book to see what that increase is, but for the contractual, it's the 3.25%.
I'm sorry?
The annual contractual is the 3.25%. I think mid-year it's like a 0.9%, but she hit her top step, so I would have to go to the union contract to see what that top step amount is.
And you're positive that this individual gets step increases and or longevity?
Yes.
You're sure on that?
Yes. Yes, she's part of the bargaining unit.
Okay. I'm going to have to just ask you to just send me those percentages because I just can't understand. I'm sorry, I can't understand the numbers that you're saying. I believe there's 3 different numbers, right? There's the contractuals, there's the step, and there's the longevity. Those 3 items, right? That's what if you could just send me that, how that comes up to 21.2%.
Do you have anything else, Councilman Madison?
No, I just don't, I can't understand the numbers that she's saying. I
Fair enough. The
apologize.
request makes sense. Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. So, question I'm asking about is going to be on line item 19-106, overtime. Granted, these are not numbers that are breaking the budget, but it all does add up. So I see that the request for that line item is $1,500. In recent years, it seems that that number has always been greater than $1,500. From what I'm seeing in the budget packet, fiscal year 24, it was $4,600 and change. Fiscal year 25, it was a little over, a hair over $3,000. This fiscal year, year to date as of March 31st, was a bit over $4,200, and the budget packet has it projected at a little over $6,700. So I suppose the question is the $1,500 realistic? And what can be done to make sure that that overtime budget is brought so that it is sufficient, and any additional efforts to try to keep within that $1,500 request for the upcoming fiscal year.
I believe the 1,500 is reasonable for this year. Last year, we went over budget. Our payroll specialist retired and left that spot vacant for a period of time, in which we had to have their backup cover, not just their own job, but cover the payroll job. And it is a full-time job, so that person did have more overtime than usual. The person in the position now doesn't have the time to use and take off, as she's a new employee. And I think we'll be just fine going forward this year with the 1,500.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
I have a question. I think we'll see if I'm confusing myself. Comparing last year's supplement to this year's supplement, the Treasury and Treasurer/tax. All right, it changed. I've answered my own question. Councilman Muto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just some clarification on the personnel supplement. I'm on page 9 of the personnel supplement. So let me know when you got there. See
I
that?
got it. Mhm.
Okay. Along the bottom, we have the chargebacks, the CDBG block grant credit, the Water Enterprise Fund credit, and the Sewer Enterprise Fund credit. Would you explain those and how they impact your budget?
So those funds are to help cover some of the salary items for the employees that are doing the work. So we have an accountant that does the accounting portion for like the Water and Sewer Authority. So they charge back some of her time. And this CDBG block grant, we have an employee in our office that takes care of all the financing for that. So it comes out of those enterprise funds back to the city side.
Follow-up question. How has this changed from a year ago?
Hi. So all of the enterprise back charges you're going to see changed. All of them were running higher this year than we had budgeted. So this year I went through and did a complete reconciliation to set them to a more realistic goal or realistic budget. So you'll see that all of them changed. Community development has always had a back charge. It used to be to finance. It has recently changed to Treasury because that's where the work has gone. But all the enterprise fund back charges you'll see went up for all the administrative departments.
So what you're saying is that we've increased the dollars we're shifting from the enterprise to operating.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, budgetarily.
Budget, yes. Yes. And your approach on how you did that, would you mind explaining how you went through it? Did you do a time study? Did you do, how did you track these increases?
In the case of Treasury, we actually use how many bills we're processing for them and kind of the size of their financial statements because they do all the work to get them through the audit as well. We're not on collections yet, but in collections, we reset it all based on bills. So how many bills are we setting out for property tax versus water and sewer? And we adjusted that way.
And you based it on what you've done in the past, number of bills, dollars that were
Correct.
allocated and projected. So
Yeah.
the number of bills have increased that we sent out significantly?
I don't remember what it was last year to this year. I do know the supporting schedule for all the enterprise fund back charges hadn't been touched in a couple years, so we went and cleaned it all up.
Okay. I guess I'm questioning what cleanup meant. So I need to, we'll follow up on that with further down the road. There's a lot of questions, moving money and shifting money from the enterprise to operating, but we'll follow up on that. Thank you.
I'm all set.
Does any members of the public have anything for Treasury? All right, seeing none, we now move on to debt, principal / interest.
Good evening. You'll see the budget in front of you is presenting our debt payments that are required next year.
Councilman Lattiser.
There's a significant increase with school debt.
So on the school bonds, let's start out with that. 2501 school bonds, a request for $4,577,500. Can you explain to us how that payment is going to be made and when we get reimbursed?
The payments are made every 6 months, I believe, May and October for those in particular. These are just the debt payments, just paying them to Rybeck. The reimbursements that come in aren't going to come in for 2 years until when the high schools are complete, as the mayor mentioned.
2 years from what, please?
2 years from now.
From now, assuming the schools are finished 2 years from now, right?
Correct. Correct.
Because we don't get that reimbursement until the schools are finished.
Correct. The buildings themselves have to be complete.
And I think it was spoken to earlier at another meeting that the language about the fields being part of this, they're not part of this, it's only the buildings.
Yes, during my opening statement, I explained that we've worked with RIDE and they've agreed to begin reimbursement when we issue a CO on the buildings. We don't have to wait for the demolition or the construction of the fields. The kids don't even have to be in it. It's when a CO is issued. And I've just talked to Mr. DeCourt and told him to try to issue a CO tomorrow, but he said no.
Okay.
Come on, that was funny, Councilman.
And the municipal road and bridge fund loan, what is that?
We have a bond that Mayor Solomon had to repair roads.
That was part of the $10 million bond, right?
Correct.
So there's still $1,419,000 remaining out of that bond?
I don't think there's anything remaining in that bond.
Or is that a payment we have to make?
It's a payment we have to make.
Is that the remainder?
No, these are the payments we make. That's not the remainder. There's nothing left.
Okay. Is that the final payment on that 10 million?
No.
Okay. So there's still more to go.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have on that. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for debt, principal, debt, interest? Do any members of the public have any questions on this?
Good evening, Ann Sheridan, Ward 9. The question I have is the increase from last year to this year, is that the money that was discussed transferring from OPEC, the $4 to $5 million that's needed? Is that where that money's coming from?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So, excuse me, the last two meetings, there was a lot of discussion about transferring funds from the OPEC account to this year's budget for,
OPEB?
yeah,
That has nothing to do with debt.
interest. So you've got two categories there, debt service and interest.
Yes.
Right? So the interest went
Yes.
up like almost $4.5 million. The interest payment that's due this year.
These are just we've released debt for improving roads, for improving the schools, and these are the payments that we have to pay back for it. OPEB is funded through our
I understand
pension
that.
fund, our pension budget.
I get that. But I thought we had a lot of discussion over the last month that we needed to move some money out of the OPEB fund to support the debt.
We're not moving any
The
money
interest.
from the OPEB trust. None. We are continuing
Did I
to
miss
fund it.
something the last month?
I'm sorry. Ms. Sharon, we're not transferring money from OPEB because it was never in there. You're talking about the $5 million, correct?
Right.
That was already in the operating budget that went to the municipal pension. We don't have to fund it at that level anymore. So the $5 million was slated to go into the OPEB fund. We simply aren't putting it in there. We're deferring it until after we receive full reimbursement from the state. It was never in the fund. We're not taking anything out of the OPEB fund.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public have any questions regarding debt principal, debt interest? All right, seeing none, we can move on to city collector.
Kyla Jones, tax collector and interim treasurer. In the collector's office, we have one vacant position, only contractual increases, two of which are longevity increases. The collector treasurer salary is split, and there's been the increase in funding from the enterprise funds.
Do any members of the council have any questions regarding city collector? Councilman Lattiser?
Director, on the senior appraiser, there's two positions, and that has increased 18.6%. What is the breakdown totaling the 18.6%?
So that's that's a different department.
I'm sorry?
That's for city assessor you're asking about. We're in city collector.
Sorry. Okay. To the city collection, you have a reduction in the treasurer tax collector 50%. A portion of salary is paid out of Treasury. So that's where I believe you get half your salary and then the other half comes from elsewhere. That's why that's the reduction?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's all I have on that one.
All right. Anyone else have anything for city collector? Any members of the public have anything for city collector? Seeing none, we can move on to city assessor.
Good evening. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. We did have one step increase, which is that senior appraiser that you were just speaking about. She had both a longevity increase and a step increase. Otherwise, it was the contractual percentage raises that everybody else was eligible for. In addition to that, we do have 3 open positions that we will be filling this year. We had kept them open, trying to work out some modifications over the last year, both to save money during reval and to keep the budget down as much as we can. Interestingly, when I came here about 8 years ago, we're about the same amount of budget then as we are now. Part of what we did last year with the full reval, saving over $1 million, we're going to do a similar change for the statisticals. So over a 10-year period, we're going to save about $2 million, or roughly $200,000 per year. And that's by doing a little bit of the reval every year instead of doing it once every 3 years.
Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you. Director, you have a new position here. It's Assessment Records Specialist. And what's the reason for the creating that position?
So it was actually an error in last year's personnel supplement. We didn't have 2 assessment clerks last year. We had 1 assessment record specialist and 1 clerk, but it went to last year's budget wrong. There is no new position this year. It's the same net number of employees. If you look, it was 10 last year, 10 this year. It was just put in the budget wrong last year as 2 assessment clerks.
I see. So it was entered wrong in the budget last year?
That's correct.
On the senior appraiser, I know you said that it was contractual step, et cetera. What is the, and by the way, I'll be asking the same question to all department heads. I would have thought that that would be provided to us initially. What is the percentage that totals 18.6%?
Well, it's not necessarily a percentage. Her longevity went from, in my eyes, it's tough, but looks like about 81.41 to 99.50 for just the longevity. So that's more of a flat amount. Then she had a 1.0325% annual increase, and then the January increase of the 9%, 0.09%. And the difference was the step increase.
But there's the contract. The contract is X percentage. Then there is a step increase. That's whatever the percentage is. Then there's a longevity, and that's whatever the percentage is. Those are the 3 numbers that I'm looking for that are going to total whatever this percentage is that we're talking about.
Well, but the math doesn't work that way. So those are all percentages. But for instance, so her base salary went from $72,167 to $90,000. And again, my eyes are tough. I think it's $258. Then we have the 1.0325. Then we have the 1.009. So they're not all percentages, and math being the way it is, you can't just do the math out of order. So I can look that up and get you the actual contractual amount, but I went through this, the personnel department went through this, and I actually had each employee test it to make sure that my numbers were correct and everything reconciled.
So we agree that there is a formula.
Correct.
To get to that. Okay. Whatever that formula is, that's what I'm asking for. So we agree there's a formula. So the formula, my point is the formula should be explained or provided to us. So we don't sit here, at least I don't sit here and say, okay, how did you get an 18.6%?
I mean, we can pull it out and give it to you, but everything is online for the public to see. The contracts are out there. Every piece of it is available. So we'll get that for you, but it is out there for the public, for the people listening.
And Director, with all due respect,
Just for the people listening on YouTube.
I understand it's online, but I also understand I am not Mr. Technology. I've made that very clear. And I spent countless hours on all of these things. And I, quite honestly, I'm not having the time to start chasing stuff down on the city website when it can be very easily provided to me.
Fair enough. I said it more for the public.
True. That's all I have on this item. Thank you. Oh, no, I know. Temporary services. So this has been a vacant position for some time, and now you are plugged in for 10,000 for temporary services. What is the need for the temporary services?
So it's not actually a new position. Sandra Gemma, who worked in my office for over 40 years, retired. We had her back last year working to train some of the employees so that they would understand mapping changes, GIS changes, things that the new employees, the new senior appraiser and our other senior appraiser had to learn. And she's also working on some things that will help us reduce the revaluation costs. Last year, her budgeted amount, I believe, was about $20,000, but it was booked separately in the budget under an actual employee. This year, it was cut to $10,000, but it was put on as temporary services.
And a temporary service, meaning that this individual is a subcontractor, not an employee? Or are we back on, no, this is really an employee and,
No different from Peter Schaefer, and we'll get into it with some other departments as well, with some of the retirees that are hired under the 75.
under the
day rule.
75-day rule?
Correct.
So they are brought back as employees without benefits? Is that what it is?
Other than like Lynn explained with the finance department, they still have to pay FICA and all the other
FICA and-
payroll deductions,
Okay.
but they don't get any benefits from healthcare or anything like that.
And what is the hourly rate for that individual?
I'd have to look at that. She went from the top step, being the 40-year employee, to the low step in that position. But as far as the hourly rate, I'd have to look that up.
But that person would be getting paid on an hourly rate,
That's correct.
and you're not sure what that hourly rate is?
I'm going to say it's around $30, but I'd have to look that up to confirm.
Okay, if you could check that out and get back to us on that.
Will do. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, that's it.
The
Sorry?
finance director just clarified, it's $33.15.
At 3315?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And that service, 3315, that service is at the call of someone from your department?
Yeah, she basically has been working hand in hand with the other senior appraiser that now took on the duties for GIS and for the mapping changes that happened. That was an area that she hadn't worked with before. Now she's kind of stepped back from that and will do more oversight, which is why her hourly or her total salary will drop down. But she's also helping to reduce our costs for the department overall as we try to reduce reval costs.
And who keeps track of her hours?
She actually submits them through the employee self-service. I approve them every week on a weekly basis. I keep it on the calendar as she's there each day.
So in your department and under your supervision, this individual who is on an hourly rate has to submit like a time card, so to speak, to you.
That's
for
correct.
approval. Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilman Miro?
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, hi, Director.
Yep.
A couple of clarifying questions. Looking at overall increases, we're looking at ballpark $220,000 increase. From what I heard, it's filling 3 open positions, which is new to that line item. Is that correct?
Well, when you say overall increases, it's actually not. But when we had those positions open, there was savings for the city that took place. When you're looking at what we're projecting we're going to expend this fiscal year, I see where you're getting that. But it's just that those positions were not filled because we weren't in the cycle that would benefit by them. As we go forward, we worked with the administration to come up with a plan that would reduce our reval cost overall. We're going to be able to fund it consistently around $40,000 per year. So we won't have spikes one year and drops the next. Like if you look back over the last couple of revals, my department looks like it, spent an extra $500,000 one year, and then we did a great job and lowered it down, where it's really just a funding mechanism to how it's been budgeted.
No, I get that. Don't be defensive. I was just trying to explain.
This will be correcting that going forward.
So it's so I can get to I'm trying to justify the 220, which is 3 positions that are going on, which are equated to how much of that 220 ballpark?
Well, we had the deputy assessor. That position's been open since I got here. Basically because I'm doing both jobs, and not that I want to.
And you're doing a great job, by the way.
Thank you. But we want to try to have an orderly transition. Not that I'm planning to go anywhere, but we do have to plan for that eventuality. Let me get that actual number. Actually, I think it's in the budget book itself.
This is a great example of it's there where you gotta hunt and find. It'd be really nice if there's a nice little database that we could just spit out the details. But
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry because of the,
Oh,
the
no,
thing.
it's-
The acoustics in here are awful.
They are awful, aren't they? No, my question was, the data's there, whether it's online or here. I'm just responding to previous requests and also a comment by Councilman Lattiser, which was, having that access and seeing the detail and being able to do that analysis.
Well, no,
would be
but
a
this
lot
is
easier.
all in the current year's budget as well, under the personnel supplement. So the deputy salary was budgeted last year at $84,012, basically. It's now $86,842. And again, my eyes are tough, so it might be off pennies.
Yep.
Then we had an appraiser position that was open. That was budgeted last year at $57,512.
Yep.
Which, no, that number last year was wrong. Because that's below the lowest step. Yeah, it would have been roughly, for somebody new that's not eligible for longevity. And that's the part, as we budget, we don't know who's going to get that position, if they're coming from another office or even from within the department. So that this year is proposed at $59,648, but I believe that's below what the actual number will be. And then the other position was the assessment record specialist, which was in at $62,508 last year. And is in at $60,592 this year. So a little bit of a drop, but I think that's because of the longevity for the person that was holding that position.
Okay. Going back to, you're explaining a position which, I just want to make sure I hear this correctly. It was, you were breaking up the salary plus the percent increase plus, the longevity and all that good stuff. Did I hear you correctly that this individual went for a base salary of $70,000 to $92,000 for the base salary plus the others?
No, so the salary itself was $72,167. Okay, that was at the step she was eligible for before. She's also been here, I don't have her exact years in front of me, but she had longevity of 8141 for a total of 80,308. Her longevity is now going up to 9950. And her total salary before the percentage increases for this year is 90,259.80. Excuse me, yeah, 90,259. So it's really going from 80,308 to 90,259, and then the 1.0325 and the 1.009 for January.
So I guess my question is, she was at 72. What is she at?
No, she would have been at 80, including her longevity.
Forget the longevity. You gave me the longevity, which is 8141, and then 9950, for a total of 80,308 to 90,259. So the salary increase is from 72,000 to what?
Well, again, we don't do the math that way, so I'd have to get back to you on that. But the longevity in the salary itself were at 80,000, and the equivalent of that is now 90,259 before we apply the percentages that are contractual for this year.
Okay.
But
do you see what I'm saying? Like the longevity is about 1%, or 1,000, almost 2,000.
Yeah, about 1,800.
So an $8,000 raise on 80,000, that's a 10% increase. So what I'm trying to hear and understand is, how do we get there
Because of the top step. So her top step actually kicked in this fiscal year.
Yep.
In April, she got moved up. We got notified by the personnel department that she now reached that step. And so we modified her pay back in this current fiscal year.
Okay.
But this is the number necessary to fund that position next year.
Okay, and that increase is strictly contractual?
No
Nothing,
raise whatsoever.
no
other than
raise,
what the
it's
contract.
contractual only, okay.
That's correct.
And my last question for you is really more of a comment, which I need to applaud you on this, which is looking at doing the assessments rolling every year. I applaud you on that, and I do look forward to see how it's implemented, not just how it's being done, what resources you do, but also the appeals process. So definitely applaud you for that effort, and I would love to hear more about it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We're actually doing more with less, and we're going to get a better project as a result.
Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. When you had mentioned about the budget over the last 8 years, I took a look back through the budget documents and saw that, yes, the numbers are all basically in the same vicinity as 8 years ago, which is really striking for the consistency and ability to keep those costs in check over the years. I know that a lot of that goes to, as well, the ability to take some of those services that previously were going to outside vendors, bringing those in-house. So makes it all the more remarkable and striking that your department and yourself as director really have been able to do more with less. So just wanted to take a moment to recognize that and thank you for your service.
Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. And that's with 4 less employees than we had when I got here. So.
Councilman Napa?
Director, you had mentioned that the appraiser line item, you think that 59,648 is lower than what the actual cost is going to be?
Slightly for step 1.
Is that because they're going to be hired later in the year, or what?
Part of the field work and part of the reevaluation goal is to gear up and start doing some of that work this year. So yeah, we'll probably be 3 months into it by the time we have that position fully filled.
Okay, so what you're alluding to is that their annual salary is going to be higher than this number, but this would be the budget impact for fiscal 27?
Yeah, budget being a projection, we don't know who's going to qualify and get that position. If they're eligible for longevity or a higher step, then that will be something we'll have to address within the budget.
Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
Councilman Larson?
Director, I'm looking at your year-to-date numbers, year-to-date expended of $494,074, and your projection for the end of the fiscal year of $620,000. And then your ask for this year, $841,283. The reason I'm questioning this is when I calculate the monthly expenditure, and this is as of today, by the way, of the $494,074 that's expended, and there are no encumbrances. When I do the math on that, that averages out to approximately $49,407 a month. We have about a month and a half left to go, which is about $74,000, which brings me up to $568. So the question is, how did you make a projection of 556, and then in addition to that, request 841 this year?
Well, a couple of things. We have a payment due on the reval, which is 10% of the project cost, which is about $500,000. So there's roughly $50,000 that will be added on in this fiscal year for the last reval that was conducted. We have the 3 open positions, which are really going to affect the 841 for the request. In addition to that, the temp services of that employee that we talked about, Sandra Gemma, is going to be something that fluctuates with time. So it's more heavily weighted as we get closer to certifying the tax roll and doing the items that are necessary to close things out for the year.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any members of the public have anything for the city assessor?
Good evening, Council. Shel Komar, Ward 1. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
Just focusing on 2 line items. The tax sale, which is line 323, and the property reevaluation, line 324. Kind of following up with what Councilman Lattiser said, just looking at, and maybe you have more up-to-date numbers of what we've already expended, but the tax sale, for instance.
So I got to clarify before we get to that, the tax collector handles that part of the budget. I can only address the property reevaluation.
That's right. Oh, yours is the property reevaluation then? Yeah. So to date is 1,177, and your projection is 40,000. Is this for property reevaluation that we see every few years, or is this a yearly assessment?
2 different reevaluation projects. There's a statistical, which happens every 3 years, and a full reevaluation, which happens every 9. We just completed the 9-year reevaluation. Part of that project includes them holding off on getting paid for the last retainage amount until the completion of all the hearings from the tax appeals, which just concluded at the end of April. So there's going to be a budgetary increase there in that line item. Not an increase, but they'll be paid in this fiscal year for that component.
Okay, so you think that projected 40,000, you're going to use that in the next year?
Yes.
Okay.
But the 40,000 you see in the budget for next year is a whole different thing. That is the start of the next 3-year revaluation cycle, which, as I explained, we're breaking that up, and instead of doing it in a 3rd year, we're doing a 3rd every year so that we can control our costs a little better, budget a streamlined amount, and we'll see less fluctuation within the department budget by doing it that way.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else have anything for the city assessor? All right, seeing none, we move on to MGT Information Systems, aka MIS.
Good evening, Phil Carlucci, IT Director. Just a brief summary of the overall budget presented. It's a very aggressive budget for us. As you know, contractually, we have software vendors that have the right contractually to raise their prices significantly, I think up to 10% in most of the contracts. We took a different approach this year and simply held the line on it, on that and a number of other categories. It's an optimistic budget, but our intention is to simply go ahead and negotiate as hard as we can when those invoices come due. We're also going to be leveraging continued grant money for cybersecurity to keep our cybersecurity position as strong as possible. We held the line on hardware expenditures and new projects. We did that for a couple reasons. Number one, we have a number of projects we're working on now, migrations to the cloud and things along those lines that can use some attention. We're going to focus on those. Also, as you may be aware, with the advent of AI, pricing in the technology field has gone through the roof. And while we're going to try to maintain our replacement policy so we don't fall too far behind, we're taking a much more judicious approach because pricing has gone up 2x, 3x. Just sitting here, I got a quote we had asked for 2 years ago. Precisely the same equipment, the same memory and hard drives was quoted at $20,000. I just got the quote from the vendor for today. It's $89,000. And before you grab your hearts, we will not be going forward with that. But it just shows you how much pricing has increased over the period of time. We have one other semi-significant increase, and that was in telecommunications. It went up $26,000, but of that $26,000, $16,000 of it is attributable to a 3-year maintenance contract on our firewalls. So 3 years ago, we purchased the firewalls. They do 3-year support contracts with them. Unfortunately, this year is the first year that we're going to have to renew it. So that's the majority of that increase. As far as salaries go, Councilman Lattiser, you wanted to know what piece of the salary increases. Minus my position, which I will cover in a second, we have all contractual increases, and of the increases, 13,400 of them are attributable to longevity. 1/2-ish of that longevity increase is attributable to someone just becoming eligible for longevity this year at $4,200. So we've had the $9,200 going on, the $4,200 is new this year. Other than that, it's contractual, except for my position. The IT director's position had a significant increase in budgeted salary this year. I know I look 40, but I'm actually a little bit older than that, and there's a good chance that there will be a change in the position in the future. With that, the market demands, it's just like buying a car. You buy a car, you pay X amount of dollars for it. 5-6 years later, you go to replace that car. Pricing isn't the same. It's gone up significantly. The same with the market for IT positions. So we just thought it was probably very prudent to budget for what could very well be an anticipated need in the coming year. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Can we condition your budget on you not being allowed to leave? Yeah, and your position, 111 is arguably low for a IT director as well. But Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you. So, Director, I just heard you say that, and also Director Dupuy stated the same thing, that you each have an employee who at some point in this upcoming fiscal year is going to qualify for a longevity increase. And as a result, and responsibly so, you have calculated that into the 2027 fiscal year budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's for a point of clarification. Thank you.
I only have 2 employees that are eligible. I only have 2 employees that are eligible for longevity. One had been collecting longevity, and then the second employee becomes eligible this year. And it's calculated.
And
in
rightfully
there.
so. I mean, obviously, if there is an anticipated or known increase in someone's salary, such as longevity, in a particular fiscal year, it should be calculated in that fiscal year and added into the budget.
It is.
Otherwise, it's a non-budgeted item.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Muto?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will need to concur with the president that everything could continue as long as you're here. Just a couple of observations. You had a system project analyst which moved to MIS to finance, and obviously it's department transfer for the need, but there was a gap of an increase in that salary of $4,294. Do you know what that increase was due to?
There was an increase in that position when it moved to the finance budget?
Yep, of $4,294.
To answer your question, no, I'm not sure of that.
Okay.
Any increase for that position is just the 3.25. He qualifies for the 0.9 on January as well.
Okay.
If I may, I didn't address it because Director Prodger had already addressed it, but just to back up what you said, that person, Chris, we had the conversation. The majority of his time is spent in our ERP system. Right now, his project's focused there. He sees his career path for project management being in the business end of it, more so than the technology end of it. We're just accommodating him. That was the rationale for moving. And it's still doing the same job.
Yep. I'm not questioning the transfer. That's you have 2 desktop support analysts. Their increase was combined about $9,000. You know, I see the work that they do, so it seemed very reasonable, even though the absolute percent was slightly higher than the average. But their salary was more consistent with desktop analyst. The item that triggered for me was that the credits, we talk about the credits from the enterprise fund. And in the past, your sewer and water credits for MIS was about $16,000 each. But it's shifted from, $32,000 approximately back to the general fund. So I know what was said earlier, which was the increase in the transfers from the enterprise fund was due to number of statements and things of that nature. Has your workload significantly decreased that much for the type of credit?
I would say that we give a lot of credit, deservedly so, to the project manager. That workload, he provides the counseling to them. That's really what the enterprise funds are paying us for, along with the desktop support analysts and my consultations and all the stuff that goes along with it. So with moving that position out of my department, that reduced it.
Yeah, logical answer. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Gonna try to word this in a way that doesn't get me in trouble. So if I'm not wording it quite correctly, feel free to not respond. And with the preface that we want you to be here forever as our MIS director, I think you've done an excellent job. So being careful how to phrase this, from what you said earlier, I take it that you don't plan to continue as MIS director as of sometime within the end of fiscal year 27?
I would think that's a good likelihood, yes.
Okay. And wish it were otherwise, but
thank you.
Just wanted to make certain that I was clear on that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just to follow up on Councilman Muto's questioning with the enterprise fund credits and temporary services, how are those credits determined or calculated? Is there a formula that is indicative of your budget, or is this just a number that you receive from the sewer department or the water department and they say, okay, here's your credit? Is there an actual formula that you're aware of that determines how they arrived at that credit? Or is this just an arbitrary number that is provided to you and that's what it is?
It has always been explained to me that it is not arbitrary. It is a formula, but I would have to defer to the finance department to articulate what that formula is, if you were interested in that.
Sure. Through the council president, could we have the finance director speak to how those credits are determined?
We have a spreadsheet that's a schedule of how everyone is calculated, and our auditors do review it and approve it. In the case of the IT department, it's about time that they're really spending, and it's kind of an estimate of that, really, and how many users, employees they have. We try to have it rational. The decrease in this department is really because one employee is moving over to the finance department. And so the amount that we can back charge would change overall.
So I'm assuming by what you said that if I were to ask for the calculations that determined what these credits were or are, you'd be able to provide that?
Yeah, I mean, there is method to the madness, and the water and sewer department are perfectly aware and approve of them.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll send off an email asking for that. Well, just, at least for one of these departments anyways.
Hi, Lynn. Just a quick follow-up. So these credits from the water department and sewer department, because they are coming from the ratepayers and so forth, is it required that the work done that's being credited for are water and sewer related?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's more efficient for our desktop triage support. That was the word. Folks are helping the water and sewer department, not just City Hall. And that's how we have gone about it for years.
Okay, and that's true for every department?
Correct.
Okay, awesome.
It saves, the enterprise funds from having their own collecting department, that kind of thing.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Any members of the public have anything for MIS?
Michelle Comar, Ward 1. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
I had questions on 3 line items, and there's going to be a trend. I'll probably look at the budget the same way, probably from a very simple, logical approach. And what concerns me is line number 140, temporary services. So far, as of the end of March, none of that $25,000, which was approved, was expended. But yet, there's a request of $20,000 in this budget. I'm not quite following the historic trend here. Do you really, or can you cut that 20,000? I don't see the need in just looking at the line items.
I can explain the situation. I'm looking at my budget. Hang on one second, if I could, please. I can speak to this year. Actually, that $25,000 was expended this year. However, it was expended out of a different budget category. It was expended out of the salary. We have a unique situation where we have a justifiable need for another technician position. We happen to engage an intern who I cannot speak highly enough of. Just to give you a quick idea of it, this gentleman placed sixth in the nation in a cybersecurity competition. So he is rather remarkable. I don't want to swell his head. His college schedule, he's going to college now at New England Tech. His schedule allows him to actually work for us part-time during the day. The work he does for us is what is referenced there, and it's allowed us to not have to go out and hire that new position. I don't anticipate that continuing forever, but we are going to take advantage of it while we can.
So I heard some of the discussion earlier with personnel and Peter Schaefer in being a temporary or a consultant or a full-time employee. So you're saying that the $20,000 is a salary?
It is not. It is a temporary hourly rate. I believe the hourly rate is about $21 an hour, I believe. It's in that vicinity, $21.50 an hour. It is only for the hours he works. It carries with it no vacation benefit. It carries with it no health care benefit. It carries with it no holiday benefit, simply hours spent. It varies. He was, over the summer, able to put a few more hours in. That's been cut back. He also has another position with a local company that he works at. So it's just a hired gun. It has no salary benefits associated with it. The account number it's being charged out to was simply to avoid having to do a dollar transfer, a journal entry.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Thank you. And I have two more items. 303, telephone. To date, at the end of March, $73,296 was expended. And the projection between then and the end of the year, you plan to use almost another $100,000. That seems a little, can't follow the logic there. And then the request is for 179, which the previous year, well, in 2025, it was 68,000, and in 2024, 71,000 expended. Do you think that number is high and can be reduced for telephone?
We've actually done a lot of work trying to reduce it, but in all honesty, no, that keeps on going up. That's one of those services that carries with it, both in the cellular area and the desktop area. We've done several concerted sweeps where we've taken desk phones that weren't utilized 100% and reduced those down, but the ongoing costs it carries with it, all the data communications we do for cellular service. So any of the hotspots that we use to liven up an area and communicate in comes out of that area. And,
Well,
and I think it's going to be accurate.
Yeah, historically, that looks like a big jump compared to what you've used in past years. So I kind of hope that that can be looked at closer with a reduction for telephone usage. Then the last item is miscellaneous capital expenditure. So last year, $90,000 was approved, and none so far has been expended as the end of March. Why is that?
We did not engage in the project that was earmarked for. We have engaged in a project that will utilize some of that funding, and that's why we did not put that funding in for next year. That's what I was addressing earlier when I explained that we're not taking on those capital projects for the next year's budget just to keep those costs down.
All right, so that was included in last year's budget. Taxpayers, the tax rate was set based on this number too. So where did the $90,000 not used, where did it get transferred to in the budget?
I believe it just goes to the general fund as all other non-expenditures go to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and again, why wasn't that used so far this year, the 90,000?
It's true for any budget. I'm sure you've been involved in them. You sit at the beginning of the year and you make an intentional guess at what projects you're going to be able to engage in, what makes sense at the time. As you get into the year, you do more evaluations and you try to evaluate whether or not it still contains value or whether the amount budgeted is going to be sufficient. We made a judgment call that that budgeted dollar amount was not was not going to be sufficient, and it was not a justifiable project for this year.
Was that in your capital improvements budget as well?
That is, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your capital expenditures, was that in the capital improvements budget as well? Like, is that noted somewhere else in the budget?
No, it's just listed in, it's only one spot. It only shows up in the budget once. You talk about the 90,000?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes, just once.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Councilman Lattes?
Yes, thank you. Director, to follow up on Ms. Comar's question on the phone, the telecommunications. So far this year, including encumbrances, and this is, again, effective as of today, including encumbrances, you have spent $69,403. Your available budget is $101,596. So it seems to me that there is some room there for adjustments. There's no way you're going to spend, $100,000 between now and the end of June.
I would agree. I would have to look into that, and I'll get you an answer to it.
That'll be a Thursday conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. President. Thank you.
That was 25,303, right?
Yes, sir. 25,307.
25,303.
No, I stand corrected. 25,303.
Any other questions for MIS? Anyone from the public? All right, we're moving on to purchasing.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Francis Gomez, Purchasing Director. This year, there are no raises, only contractual. We have one open position still, purchasing clerk, since I started here in October of 2022, I want to say. That's been vacant, but that's also a union position. The clerk tech bid specialist position has been vacant due to the fact that the person that holds that position is on medical leave, no pay. Besides that, the office supply budget, although requested as usual for 2,000, it was cut to 1,000, which I'm in agreement with, because as of March 31st, 2026, we had only spent $618, but as of today, we have spent $693.07 with an encumbered amount of $401.97, with an available balance of $904. Purchasing also has service contracts that the year prior was guided by MIS only for the copier to budget for $1,600. But according to MIS, the service contracts budgets payments are end of year. And I'm open for any questions you may have.
Hi, Director.
Hi.
Would you have the formula as to how your department received the credits from the sewer enterprise and water enterprise?
I wouldn't have it personally. That would be finance.
That would become from finance as well?
Yes.
Okay. That's all that I have for your department. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Director.
Hi.
I may have missed this in your introduction, but I'm looking at the total line request for the salaries for municipality. You're going back to 2024, you're at 187, 25 is 199, projection for this year 157, and then it jumps up to 275. Would you mind explaining the gap for me?
So from the 157 to the 275, is that what you're asking? Okay. So the request for the 275 is closer to the approved for the 26. We weren't expecting the bid specialist, which is besides me, is the highest paying job in my office union-wise. Because of their leave of absence, that the no pay started around, I would say, maybe right after Thanksgiving. That's the difference there. So if somebody does, whether that person comes back or not, it'll still be that same salary that they're getting. And if they do not come back for whatever reason, that will go back to the starting pay as well. But that it's usually just a projection to just keep us safe there, from my understanding at least.
Yep. So it's a held salary for someone that's currently on medical leave, which is required by law.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any members of the public have anything for purchasing? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to boards and commissions.
William Facenti, Chief Staff. There's a decrease in the boards and commissions total amount that is represented by 3 changes to the, 2 changes to the ordinance that covers boards and some of the boards and commissions, as well as the school budget commission is no longer receiving a stipend, which is $15,000. The sewer review board, sewer board of review, that is only when they meet. And we're not planning on having them meet anytime soon. And also the minimum housing board of review was merged with the building board. So there's a savings of those. There is one more change that will be made depending on the outcome of the ordinance, second passage of the ordinance, the personnel hearing board. That $600 will also not be provided to personnel hearing board members, as there won't be a personnel hearing board any longer.
When's the last time the sewer review board met?
Prior to 2020.
Prior to 2020? Do we know how much? So, because it's each time
It was $600.
What is it? I'm sorry.
It was $600. So the minimum housing board of review was a $600. If you look at 2026 budget, it was $600 for the minimum housing board of review. The sewer review board was $600, and the school budget commission was $15,000.
All right. So if the sewer review board would meet tomorrow, it would be the cost of $600.
I mean, technically, but it's only, I believe they changed the ordinance to only when they meet.
Right.
So it wouldn't be $600 per meeting. It's a portion. I think it's like $24.50 or $37.50. It's in the ordinance.
All right.
That's the annual amount for all members of the sewer board of review.
All right. But it's safe to say it's not $21,000 and change for one meeting.
Correct.
All right.
It's $600 a year for all members.
Any members have any questions for boards and commissions? Any members of the public have any questions for boards and commissions?
Michelle Comar, Ward 1.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
The Sewer Review Board, are they in effect, or did they get dismantled because of state legislation? Do they still review or make determinations, and on what, please?
So there still exists. We're required by state statute to have the Sewer Board of Appeals. It's just that the city council changed it to be they only get paid once they meet, and they don't meet any longer because of the way the calculation for assessments is done. It's consistent throughout the entire city going forward.
All right.
That's not about the Bayside project.
So this Sewer Review Board, another name for it is the Sewer Board of Appeals?
Sewer, I believe that was the Sewer Review Board of Appeals. That's where you would go to appeal your assessment.
Right. I thought that need was eliminated because of the assessment method was
It is, but
easy to
the state
calculate.
law requires we still have that board by statute. We can't just eliminate it, so the council changed the ordinance to change it so they will only get paid when they meet.
Okay, so if it's eliminated in the State Enabling Act for the WSA.
It is not. It is not.
It's still there?
It's
Okay.
in the enabling act legislation. It would take an act of the General Assembly to remove it.
Okay.
And it was just quicker and easier just not to have them getting a stipend when they don't meet. That's what the city council did in the change to the ordinance. I believe it's chapter 6.
Right, but there's still budgeted 21,000?
That's the Sewer Authority Board. It's a completely different board. That's the governing body of the Sewer Authority. Sewer Authority Board is different than the Sewer Board of Appeals.
Well, what is the Sewer Review Board? Which board is that you're making distinction?
That's the one that hears the appeals of the sewer assessments. That's the one that's been, the salary has been eliminated and it's no longer in this budget, the 27 budget.
Right.
It's in the 26 budget.
Am I on the right line? That
No.
budgeted is 21,000?
The Sewer Review Board or the Sewer Board of Appeals is not in this 27 budget. There's no money budgeted for it. So you're on the wrong, there is no line for you to be on the right line of. The Sewer Authority Board is the governing board of the Sewer Authority. That's the 21,150. The Sewer Review Board or the Sewer Board of Review or the Sewer Board of Appeals was a $600 line item that has not been included in this budget. You will not find it in the 2027 budget. That is one of the reasons why the budget has gone down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just point of clarification, Chief, at least in the book, I think it's a wording issue. It does say Sewer Review Board in the budget, but that's.
Right, so that is probably just a spelling. In the personnel supplement, it's the Sewer Authority Board. We may have made a spelling or a grammatical issue error with the Sewer Review Board.
Yeah, because it doesn't match up with the ordinance either. That's why I was confused as well, because the ordinance, there's Sewer Authority and there's Sewer Board of Review.
Yeah,
And the budget
we'll make that change
reflects
going forward.
Sewer Review Board.
We'll make that change going forward.
Does anyone else have any questions for boards and commissions? All right, so we can move on to animal shelter.
Ann Corvin for the animal shelter. Any increases in salaries that you see are strictly contractual. There is no increase in any longevity.
Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? All right, seeing none, we can move on to police.
Good evening, Deputy Chief Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Police Department proposes a $27,424,348 budget. That is a overall increase of $1,369,868. Of that, $937,828 are salaries, overtimes, and other fixed contractual increases. To further water that down, another 176,800 represents increases in line items such as gasoline, natural gas, and electricity, items that are, for the most part, beyond our control. So that waters it down to our discretionary increases, which are basically all other categories, amounts to about $98,913. And we have no raises that are other than contractual.
So one question I had is where'd it go? 3109, the year to date was $1 million, but you're projected to spend another 600,000 in a month. I just wanted to know if that was accurate.
I believe the projections, I don't want to speak for, those are set by, those aren't set by me.
Fair enough.
We're well under, I believe, last time I checked, I can actually tell you, I think we're about 500,000 shy of the budgeted 1.7.
And you still think you'll need the full 1.7 for next year, though?
Yes, this year we got close to full staffing, which is dramatically helps that figure. However, it's one step forward, two steps backwards, unfortunately, with manpower.
And then for electricity, so 3224, that one's similarly, the year to date's much lower than the projected. And then I assume it's the same situation where you didn't set the projection. So I guess the question is, do you expect to actually spend 141K for next year when, as of now, you're not even slated to hit the 124 for this year?
I would hope not. Again, I set figures, and Treasury personnel who are a lot smarter than us, they have methods of trying to forecast and try to get a handle on projected costs for the next fiscal year, and those are the figures that they were able to come up with. With any luck, they're all overfunded, hopefully, but it's tough to tell with the global markets.
Then same question for 3231, supplies, computer, where the year to date's 36, projected's 110, and the request is 119.
36, 231.
And if the answer is the same as the last one, you can just say ditto.
For 231, I'm showing that as of Friday, 88% used, and 15,000 remains.
You say 80% use? I'm sorry.
88% used? Yeah, that was as recent as I checked Friday. 30-231 computers.
All right, so it sounds like the year to dates, it's gone up significantly since March 31st.
Yeah, they make major purchases that are, they're not making purchases of a couple of thousand at a time. They put in an order for tablets or what have you that are big ticket. So sometimes they preoccupied with other things, and we have to remind them to make the fiscal year purchases that are required or are due, and that's probably what that was for.
Gotcha. Same question for 3260.
The miscellaneous police gear and uniforms, that we're showing that is as of Friday, that's 61% used. That is kind of a moving target. It's kind of a tough one to predict between
Yeah. that
New
does-
candidates for the police academy. It also includes our portion of the share of the body armor purchases and how many people are up for that.
And I see what you mean about moving target because 2024, 2025, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not an item we'd be inclined to reduce because again, it might be maxed out 2 years, a little bit lower the third year, and then back to max on the fourth year. So
then same question for 3271, communication/radios.
yeah, that one, another late order. I'm showing $6,136 remains, so that represents 97% used out of the budget.
What was the percent used? I'm sorry.
97% used. That was as
Oh, all
of-
right. So yeah, that went up significantly.
Yes. That's another bulk order purchase that we put in for radios.
It's likely that this will be similar than the 3340 service contracts.
Yes, that holds a lot of our big ticket contracts for computers and all the service contracts of the subscriptions for IT stuff within the department. That is, you'll see an increase this year. That's for the renewal of our TASER contract, which is due in September. That's accounts for pretty much all the increase in that line item this year.
And is the usage for this year, did it already spike since the year to date on here?
So it's 3340. I'm showing $10,095 remains, representing
definitely.
Yeah, 97% use.
All right, Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Actually, you touched on a few already, but I do want to circle back on the 3340, Commander, because I didn't understand what your explanation was for going from 350 to 440 this year. 1,000, that is.
So our tasers, currently we have Taser 7, that's the model. Those are the less lethal option that officers use, or one of them. So that contract is a 5-year set annual cost for each year for the contract is a set cost. That renews the 5-year expiring in September, renews in September for the next 5 years. So this accounts for that increase. During that time, we're going to upgrade to the Taser 10, which is a much more, it's basically their current model. The 7s are basically antiquating, they're phasing out, and the 10 are far superior device than the 7s were, which are, again, 5 years old to us. And the increase, the renewal for the 7s would have been very, very slightly less than what the increase, for the cost of the 10s.
And on auto and vehicle maintenance, you've increased that by 20,000. If I remember correctly, over the past 2 to 3 years, your fleet of vehicles are relatively new. So what is the reason for increasing that?
That, again, is to try to keep lockstep with the bid pricing, the wholesale pricing that these contracts renew. These parts continue to go up. We have an extensive fleet with all the reserve vehicles, which require constant maintenance, part replacements, so on and so forth. The fleet our size requires extensive, despite purchasing cars every year, which we've always done. We're in a better place now, but it still requires extensive maintenance and upkeep.
And your increase on electricity and particularly electricity, natural gas, the reason for those increases. And this natural gas and electricity thing, that was something that I kind of raised the ruckus on at the last budget too, because these numbers seem to be pretty exorbitant. But this year, you're taking it on the electricity from 84,000 to 141,000. I guess the big question is, how did this electricity go from an approved budget of 84,000 to a projected budget of 124,000?
Hi, Councilman Lattiser. The electric lines are going to be a theme across a number of departments. If you remember years ago, we had a number of net metering credits where we were buying electricity from different spaces in Rhode Island. As of today, we have used up all of those net metering credits. So next year, instead of only paying the net metering company, we need to start paying Rhode Island Energy too. So all of the departments that have electric in their budget will have a spike, a significant one at that.
Okay. So as of today, in the electricity line item, which was approved at 84,000, you still have 37,000 left of the 84.
Yeah, very much as of today, a number of the bills are coming in, and we're now having to pay Rhode Island Energy as well. The credits have just been used up. The delivery charges are through the roof. At one point, when we converted to LEDs, we ended up with $1 million credit on our bills. So I absolutely refused to pay Rhode Island Energy. I made them transfer the credits back and forth up until now, where I'm still having them do that, but we have a balance due. So electric will be more money.
Okay, bear with me 1 minute. Okay, Commander, in your personnel budget, do you have anything in there that is beyond contractual for
No.
salary increase?
No, in fact, we saved a few bucks. We had two positions that somewhat close to each other became unfilled through attrition. And we did a workload assessment on those two positions and merged them into one. It's roughly a $50,000 overall savings.
Okay, and what is this new position, Executive Assistant Chief of Police, for $81,059? That's a new position.
That's not new.
It's just a title change.
Oh, just Colonel's just advising me. It's just a title change, but the position's not new.
It's just a title change?
Yeah,
What was the previous title and what was the previous salary? Do you have that?
Mr. President, I actually have that information. So, Mr. President, through the President, the previous position was Secretary, Police Chief at $78,512. Got shifted to a new position, Executive Assistant Chief of Police at $81,059. That would, yeah.
All right, so it's just a title change, so.
Just
is
title
that-
change and normal contractual stuff.
So this new title change of 81,059, that is not in addition to the other? Okay, so it's just a replacement. And you have a data entry transcriptionist, also a new position. Can you tell us about that?
That's, well, it wasn't in the budget last year, but it fell off the budget last year due to our attempt to try to use computer software to do that position. So it was previously a position for many, many years, that data entry transcriptionist. And it's, we have a budget again because we may look to fill it and go back to having one. We used to have 2 full-time and 1 part-time, and now we have none at all. So we may go back to just 1 full-time.
So what's the net of eliminated versus new? Eliminated positions versus new positions. Is it just a wash, or is there more or less?
Well, again, that other consolidating those 2 other positions was a savings of 50,000. The data entry transcriptionist, you call it new, I call it old. It's just that it wasn't in last year's budget because we attempted to use a software program. That software program basically offsets the salary of if we do hire data entry transcriptions. That was the idea behind going with the software, and it didn't quite take off the way we thought.
Okay, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
So I missed one before that I meant to ask on. Where'd it go? It was gasoline. Let me just get the item. 3220. So that's on track to pay out what was budgeted. But my question is, why did it jump 100,000 for next year?
Again, I increased it myself initially, and then Treasury, again, looking at market trends and future predictions, they decided to increase it. We're set to like barely finish this year due to the whole Iranian conflict, what's going on. Obviously, that blows our budget out of the water. Our gas usage hasn't changed. We pretty much in the 115, 117, 120, hundreds of thousands of gallons per year. That's pretty, within a couple thousand gallons every year. It's pretty predictable. It's just a price we can't control, obviously.
All right, so the projected jump is based on the current market being somewhat of a
yes. It almost goes on the assumption that it doesn't change throughout the fiscal year from where we are right now.
Councilman Muto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just more of a clarification, just so I can reconcile here. We had the 2 positions eliminated were the Secretary, Police Chief, and the Secretary for the Board of Public Safety, which accounted for 78,000 and 55,000 respectively.
No, I'm sorry. The Secretary of Police Chief, that was just a title change. It wasn't a position eliminated.
Yep,
It was just,
I was getting to that. The next part is, quote, new positions created. I'm just going by line item. Was the Executive Assistant Police Chief, the data entry, and the NCIC Audit Quality Control Specialist. So net new.
That is not new, no.
No, net new budget would be 61,000. It's not a new position?
That's not a new position, no.
So, okay. Must have missed that in the budget. Okay. All right. So that was there. Okay. So with that, yeah, you're right. So that switch without that one would be a savings of about $10,000. Okay.
The 2 positions that went unfilled or became unfilled The accounting technician, basically the person that does our internal payroll. And then the secretary of the Board of Public Safety. Those positions, we did workload assessments and merged them into one position, which will be the Public Safety Administrative Clerk, and we're in the process of onboarding that person.
Okay.
And that two positions into one is roughly a $50,000 savings.
And then just a clarification, or at least confirmation, is that, again, just all increases are contractual, step, class changes, all that good stuff.
Yes,
there's
also
no-
some people becoming eligible for longevity, that too. So yeah, so all contractual.
Yep. So it looks like according to your shift, grade shifts, you actually have a lot of change, which is good because they're getting more experience. So, and your probationary group dropped from 17 to 7. So that will also have an impact on
That
your
was,
budget.
yeah, that represents a big class we did internally, the Warwick Police Academy, last year. Those are that, a large quantity of that number that you see.
Okay. And the record specialist prosecution clerks, there's 2 of them. I'm assuming that's also contractual. That was sort of above percents on average of other similar positions. So I just wanted to make sure that
Yes,
that was
all
strictly just-
contractual.
Okay. And then I believe we talked about the budget for police overtime, which was talked about earlier. Nope, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question that might actually be better suited for the chief of staff or someone in the finance department relating to energy contracts.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd emailed in a question, let's see, actually initially tried to send it in on Friday to the chief. Email wasn't working quite right, so sent it over the weekend. But yeah, when it comes to potential prices of energy going forward, whether gasoline, natural gas, electric, and the reason I'm asking now is because this is the first department where these significant energy prices have been brought up, but obviously could be asked during any of those different departments' presentations. So I recall that I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, we, as a city council, had an item before us involving locking in, I think it was natural gas prices at the time.
Electric. Well,
Electric.
So natural gas is actually about to expire. We did lock in for electric supplier. I'm currently working on going out to bid to set a rate for natural gas. It's taking a little longer than I hoped because I'm actually going to do it in conjunction with the school department because we can use the collective of both sides to try and get an even better rate.
Well, that's excellent. Yeah, that's a major concern here in the budget for so many of these different departments. Sure seems like it's more likely for the prices to go up than down. So if it's possible for us to lock in and to have a little bit more certainty, of course, I leave that all to the judgment of the administration, but definitely something to explore, and very glad to hear that the administration is exploring that. Thank you.
Yeah. I have had multiple vendors reach out. We used Power Options last time, who works with the League of Cities and Towns. So that's who I've actually been talking to the most. They're a nonprofit, so I'm a little biased towards trusting them a bit more. But
Thank you. Always good to hear. City is shopping around, looking for the best deal from the best vendors. Thank you.
Any members of the public have anything for police?
Good evening again, Michelle Comar, Ward 1. Good evening, Commander.
Good evening.
Just a comment of appreciation. And the appreciation, besides keeping the city and its residents safe, taxpayer standpoint, we really appreciate the steady Eddie on your overtime. There are no great spikes. They're predictable. I don't think you heard any questions from the council about it. We really appreciate it. Thank you. And I had 2 questions about some new technology and if they're reflected anywhere in the budget for salaries or equipment or anything. One was the school speed cameras, the school zones. Does that take any personnel time on the police department?
Yes, so we have two personnel that are assigned full-time to process those, and also the other one, the other contract with a separate vendor, which is the administered through the school department, which is a bus patrol for the bus cameras for the violations for passing a school bus.
All right, can you give me an estimate of what you're expending from your department regarding the speed cameras?
For personnel?
Yes, time, personnel, anything out of the ordinary, or does it get absorbed in the workday?
2 full-time employees who also, if they don't have anything with that work, they're backfilling into other duties that we might have available for them to do. So it's 2 full-time first-class officers, so roughly total in the area of 200,000.
What was the total? I'm sorry?
Roughly 200,000.
200,000 for
Roughly,
these
yep.
new cameras. Okay. And I don't know if the drones are up and running yet. Are they?
I'm sorry, what is?
The drones.
The one that came before the council a month or two, couple
Right.
months ago, that is not up and running yet, no.
That hasn't been purchased yet, or it's not up and running?
It's in progress.
Okay. Is that reflected for manpower in this budget?
That's not a full-time manpower thing. That would be multiple people would be trained on it and would be able to operate it. So there's no payroll incurrence, extra payroll or anything coming out of that.
Are these existing officers, or you would hire?
No, it'd be existing officers that are either currently drone trained or will be drone. We're going to expand our drone training for personnel.
Okay. So there's no additional expense in manpower for the drone program?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone have anything else for police? All right. That brings us to organized crime / drug enforcement. Anyone have any questions on this one? Any members of the public have any questions regarding organized crime and drug enforcement? All right, seeing none, we move on to alcohol and highway safety enforcement. Any members of the council have any questions on this? Any members of the public have any questions on this? Seeing none, we move on to the police grant. Any members of the council have any questions on this? Any members of the public have any questions on this? Seeing none. That brings us to the fire department. This would be a perfect time to take a break, but I think it's not. I think we're still waiting on something, right? Yeah, so we might as well start. That way we're not just idling.
Good evening, Peter McMichael, Fire Chief. The Warwick Fire Department proposed budget for fiscal year 27 is $30,922,682. That contains contractual raises only and step increases. We have 44 uniform members who have a new step increase in this budget, and 3 municipal employees. The personnel services budget overall is $28,432,987 million rather. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So similar to what you likely heard me ask for police, I'm going to ask the same thing on a few line items. First, 35221 diesel fuel. So if you happen to have what's been expended so far this year, because if it already vastly exceeded the year to date for 331, that'll address the question.
So currently we're at $218,915. Projection for this year would be $225,000. Right now we're at $4.73 per gallon.
All right, yep, I did in fact address it. So then 35222 for natural gas.
Currently, we're at 89,101. We project that to be 120,497 for this year.
So you think you're going to have a little over 20,000 between now and next month?
Yes. We're at 123. We're projecting for the fiscal year 27, $537,000.
All right, and then for 35224 electricity.
Currently, we're at $66,775. Projected $188,500. And then for the new fiscal year, $189,543, which is a $57,000 increase.
And then for marine rescue operations, do you know why it keeps kind of roller coastering, like 45,000, 2024, it drops to 15, and then looks like it's going to potentially finish at 15 or 40 again, and then it's projected for next year. The request is at 52.
So that fluctuates based on the repairs needed for the marine units. All 3 of our marine assets that are in the water, especially Marine 4, which is our largest vessel that's in year round, are all, they're getting older and their maintenance costs are increasing on those boats. Marine 4 that's offset somewhat by state grants that we get through REMA for being part of the the Port-au-Prince Marine Task Force. Some of that money does get reimbursed through grants, but of course we have 2 other boats that are in the water as well, and they're all 20 plus years old now.
And then for 35270 communications, you're requesting a 13,000 increase on what's projected for this year. Why is that?
Oh, yeah. That's due to a REMA, Rhode Island EMA, is phasing out one of Motorola's brands of one of Motorola's radios, which is the XLT radio. They're phasing that out, so they'll no longer be compatible with the RISCON network, which is the network that we operate on, which is going to cause us to have to replace a certain number of radios.
Got it. And then similar question for 35282 turnout gear. There's like a 60, not quite 60, about $57,000 or $56,000 increase in the request.
So I'm going to let Chief Obenhauer speak to that. He's done a lot of work on this project.
Assistant Chief Obenhauer from the Fire Department.
These are the bids that were before you at the end of April. We held off. This is the whole PFAS discussion we had two meetings ago. So we held off on the purchase of this gear, awaiting that legislation. So we just got those bids awarded, and all the firefighters that require gear this year have been sized up. We just have not actually issued the purchase order for them yet. So we anticipate using all that money. The delay was because of the bid opening and the awarding of the bid.
Got it. And then for 35367, EMS supplies and equipment, what's the current spend on that? Because I'm guessing it's larger than what it was on March 31st.
So currently we're at $103,000, projected to be at $144,000 for the end of the fiscal year.
What are you expecting it to spend $44K on in a month?
We've seen significant increases across the board in all EMS supplies. And that's going to allow us to equip and stock and support the EMS operations for both the 5 rescue units and the fire apparatus that has to be equipped as well. So the 9 engines and 3 ladder trucks and our special hazards truck.
Got it. Yeah, and that lines up with prior spends too, so that makes sense. All right. Councilman Napa.
Thank you, Council President. Chief, I'm going to steal Councilman Lattiser's thunder here. I'm going to question you on some overtime. So it looks like we're running under budget on overtime for the first time in history of the fire department.
We are.
Well done. Is that because have better staffing numbers, or what do you think that is related to?
So it's going to be a combination of things. Staffing numbers, we have been bringing people in and trying to bring the sick usage down. And it's going to be related somewhat to maintaining our staffing and keeping it up, which we have been doing. Right now, we're down to 1 floater left. And as you know, we have that SAFER grant that is coming to an end soon. And we've tried to forecast that so that when that SAFER grant ends and the funding for those additional firefighters that we hired goes away, we won't have to do any layoffs. We want to take those firefighters that were affected by the loss of that SAFER grant and fill into those floater positions that we typically staff. We staff 2 floater positions on each shift. And that is going to allow us to avoid having to lay anybody off and maintain our staff of floaters. So we've identified 2 as being that sweet spot for us, where we like to have 2 floaters on per shift to help reduce people being forced into overtime, reduce overtime. At one time, there were more floaters than that, but at the same time, when you have additional floaters, you're paying other costs as well. Pension-related costs, OPEB-related costs, things of that nature that really make that cost, makes it ineffective to do so.
So if I remember correctly from last year's discussion on SAFER grant issues, the pension costs and all those things were reimbursed through the SAFER grant, were they not?
That's right.
So when SAFER grant goes away, you're keeping those folks on the payroll, which would then increase costs for.
Well, we've allowed the staffing. We have had retirements in the past 3 years. So because of those retirements, taking those retirements into account, we've taken people out of the floater position and put them into other positions on the line where they were needed. So we were able to keep a position staffed by taking it out of the floater position. The regular line position was staffed. By doing so, we avoided having to lay anybody off, and to fill in for those floater positions, we do have 12 positions for recruits in this year's budget that we proposed. where we'll be bringing on 12 more people, probably not till February.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're taking safer positions, and by natural attrition, there are vacancies, and you're taking those safer personnel, putting them into the positions that
The
were
line
created by
positions, yeah.
retirements and just natural attrition. Okay. And what is your current staffing level that you consider full staff?
So our full staff is 48 per shift. Right now, we're at 204. The 48 is going to be, the SAFER grant brought us up to 204 for 3 years. That's 51 people per shift. Once the SAFER goes away, that grant money goes away, we maintain the 5th rescue. So we had to increase that to 48 per shift for each of the platoons. And that'll bring us to $204 fully staffed without floaters.
Okay. Thank you.
And 12 uniform personnel in the administration.
Got it. Just moving down the line here to unused sick time. So approved budget last year is 275,000. Blew that out of the water. Doubled that in half. So we're at projected usage of that is about 750,000. Next year, you're only requesting again 280. Can you just explain how that functions as far as a line item?
Yes, so unused sick time, we only budget for the annual payout for anybody who goes above and beyond the maximum of their sick bank. Also from that thing that we're unable to budget is retirements. So when people retire contractually, they get paid for their entire bank of sick time on retirement. That we don't budget for, and that's where this actually comes out of. In reality, in the personnel lines, this really is just offset by the reduction of their salary. So we lose their salary because they retired, but their basic, call it severance of their payout for their sick time is paid out. So in this year, we only spent $281,000 to actually pay out over anybody who was over their sick bank maximum. The $417,482 of that is severance payments to retirees. So we only budget for the actual sick time. The rest of it's kind of budgeted in the salary line, and that's just used, supply.
Understood. That's all I have, Council President.
All right, if it's all right with everyone, now would be a good time to take that break, mainly because what we were waiting on has arrived. I apologize, Councilman Lattiser, I know you were waiting, but once we get back, we can get right into it.
I'm patient.
All right, everybody, let's get back to it. We got another roughly 2.5 hours left. So, Councilman Lattiser, take it away when you're ready.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I don't, at least based upon what I'm seeing in numbers, that you're going to be able to come in under budget or even on budget with your overtime. But, should that be the case, the fact of the matter is the new norm in overtime, even with a full complement that you've had for quite some time, is still in that 4.4, 4.5 million. And I remember when I first got on the council, we were talking $1.1 million, $1.2 million. So what is the driving force behind this dramatic increase in overtime over the last 7 or 8 years?
So the driving force behind the overtime is the minimum manning clauses in the CBA that we're required by contract to maintain minimum staffing levels, and we cannot drop below a certain number. The largest cost, the largest category, if you will, in overtime is filling in for vacation time.
Is what, please?
Vacation time.
Okay.
That's the largest number, if you will, that we have out of the different categories that comprise our overtime. And that largest number right now, year to date, is approximately 1.3 million. Of that, actually right now we're at 3.9.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can go through all the numbers if you like, but there's various numbers in ranging from vacation time, training, light duty, which is not paying the person on light duty, it's covering them when they're on light duty, covering their shift. Military is also, actually, let me backstep there for a second. I gave you some wrong information. Military is the largest cost for us, then vacation second. Military so far to date, we're at 207. No, I'm sorry. 1.3, scratch that. It was right, 207. Right now we're at $207,000 for backfilling for people that are on military leave. Next year, we're anticipating that number to be at 265.
How much has the Boston schedule increased the costs of the fire department?
It has not had an effect on it one way or another.
It has not.
I would say overall it's been pretty much similar to what it was before the Boston schedule.
Interesting. Chief, I had asked the deputy chief a while back when you came before us to increase your fuel budget. And part of the reason was because the cost of the fuel was going up. And I had asked at that time that the leadership, be the deputy chief or yourself, put in protocols as far as non-emergency use of those vehicles, all the vehicles. And now the cost of diesel fuel is even higher. So what changes have been made for non-emergency use of these vehicles that are probably getting, I don't know, I'm going to guess 1, 2, 3 miles per gallon?
So we have reduced the use of vehicles somewhat. We have not reduced the use of them for official matters such as training, building familiarization, company drills, things of that nature. And when we are out on the road performing those tasks, that is when we allow our people to tend to other things that they need to do, acquiring, their lunch and things of that nature, patronizing a local coffee shop, things of that nature. While they're up.
And you're under the belief that only takes place upon returning from a run, which is what I think was originally ruled with the Board of Public Safety years ago?
So, no, if a station's having a quiet day and they haven't had any runs and they need to get their lunch, then we allow them to go out and get their lunch.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are there, let me rephrase this. Is there anyone in the department that is receiving a stipend of any type in their salary or included in their salary?
Nothing that wouldn't be contractual. I stand corrected. Myself and Chief Ummenhauer receive a stipend for EMA that comes out of the EMA budget.
You each get a stipend?
We do.
And what is that stipend per year? And where does that show?
If it's in the EMA budget, we would be waiting until we get to that part before we can discuss it.
Sorry?
Am I understanding correctly that it's in the Warwick Emergency Management budget?
That's correct. That's in the EMA section.
So we have to wait till we get to that portion to discuss that.
All right.
Sorry.
Fair enough. That's fine. So on the electricity, excuse me, as of today, you've only used, I'm going to round up, $67,000 in electricity. I know this was spoken about a little earlier. Currently, which is about half of your budget in 10 months, 10 and a half months, and you still have available 65, rounded up to 66,000 in that electricity line item. But yet, you are looking to increase it. You're projecting out 188,500, which I have no idea how you're going to receive $120,000 worth of electric bills in 6 weeks. And then you're looking to increase your budget from 132 to 189. Why is that? And how is that based?
Councilman, this is Director Prodger talked about this earlier. In this year's budget, we still had those energy credits left. So we were unsure as to when all those credits would be used up in the fiscal year. So we projected the budget to, be a little of a moving target as to when those energy credits expired and we were having to pay the full amount to run on energy. Next year, we're positive because we're out of energy credits. We would be moving from a reduced bill where we're not paying Rhode Island Energy. We're only paying from the credits. We're moving to a full payment of the electricity bill, which is projected to be about $189,000. So the number that you're seeing there, the payments that we've made so far this year are just due to the energy credits. We haven't actually paid Rhode Island Energy yet this year. And these utility bills are usually backed up a couple months. So if you're seeing March 31st, we probably haven't even been billed for March yet. So
No, actually, the municipal report I have is as of today.
yeah, but the bills themselves don't come out until after the month is over. Like just like your house, you don't get billed until the end of the month when they read your meter, and then the bill comes out to you. So it wouldn't be through March's utilities; it would be through February's utilities that would be paid.
So when are you going to get the March bill?
We typically get it in April.
In April.
Right, and this is as of 3/31.
So, but there's no encumbrances in your electric line item as of today, which is May 18th. So it's far beyond April, and there's still no encumbrances.
Correct, but these aren't Rhode Island Energy's bills. These are the energy credits that we're paying.
Okay.
So these aren't we haven't got the bills from Rhode Island Energy yet once the credits ran out. So these are just the payments we're making to the other company.
So whatever is left out of that 132,000 for this year's budget just goes back into the general fund, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Which is pretty much what my position was last year, not just on your electric and natural gas, it was on all departments.
They're just trying to be conservative because we're not absolutely sure what that number is going to be once those credits expire. Until we get a better feel for what that's going to be going forward, that's easier to project in the coming year.
And can you tell us what the reason is for the increase, almost double, well, not quite, of $60,000 in turnout gear?
That's solely for the recruit class. So this year we did not have, I spoke on this when we did the turnout gear bid. This year we did not put a class of recruits on. So the $5,000, about a little over $5,000 it costs to equip a recruit with turnout gear. Those were not in this year's budget because we didn't do a recruit class this year. Next year we're going to do a recruit class of 12. So you multiply the 12 by the
So in 2027, you're saying you're going to have another recruit class?
Correct. The plan is February to start them in February. They'll finish at the end of the fiscal year, probably first week of July of 2027.
2027. So, so what are you anticipating for attrition?
So right now we have no floaters. We have one floater, but we have 5 vacancies. So if you really think about it, we are at our minimum man-in of 212. So we don't have, we're basically, right now, we're just about 12 people short in the department. No floaters and 4 vacancies, right?
But you're budgeting for 226.
That's a snapshot in time. So that, again, our numbers are moving targets. So that when I put the bid in, we had 226 employees, but 2 have retired in the month of April. So we're at 224 now.
You're at 224 now?
Correct.
Okay. And you
Well, we're budgeting for 224.
I'm sorry?
We're budgeting for 224. That's
budgeted-
212 plus the 24 recruits. Or, sorry, 212 plus the 12 recruits. But those are only going to be on from February. If you look at the personnel supplement.
Yeah, I'm
you'll
looking at the personnel supplement. It
You'll see the
tells me-
bottom line, there's 12 recruits. And that's only at $20 an hour for the amount of weeks that they're in the academy. Although they're listed as employees, they won't be actually on the payroll until February.
So those 12 recruits, they're still budgeted at $172,800.
Yeah, that's 12 recruits at $20 an hour for
Right.
February through the end of June.
And that 172,800, that doesn't include any benefits or any of that?
The benefits aren't reflected in our budget.
It's what?
Benefits aren't reflected in our budget.
Okay. And you also have an additional person on the fire civilians. Talk to us about that.
No, we have 3 municipal employees in headquarters, and we have always had budgeted for 9 dispatchers. We've only ever carried 8. We just couldn't fill the extra position. Every time we'd fill that, we'd lose one, so we always kind of were 8. We're actually fully staffed at our 9 dispatchers right now.
Well, what I'm
for the
looking
first time
at-
in years.
I'm looking at 12 for this year.
Correct.
And
9
last year,
dispatchers.
it was 11.
Right. So we that one floater position we haven't been able to fill appropriately over the last couple of years. This year we actually have it filled. We have full 9 dispatchers and 3 civilian.
But whether it's filled or not, it's budgeted, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But kind of getting back to what you were saying before, those 12, we're short 12 right now. When the SAFER grant runs out, we're going to have 12 employees that will be released from the SAFER grant, and that will fill those positions and bring us back up to our staffing levels. So we didn't run a recruit class this year because we know those 12 employees from the SAFER grant would become available in August, where normally we would have a class of 12 coming in July. Next year, we're going to plan on losing up to 12 employees. So we plan on putting a recruit class on, and this is kind of the consistency that we've been going through the years. We lose 12, we put 12 on. But this year was different because we knew that we were going to lose those 12 SAFER employees and that we could move them from the SAFER grant into the ranks of the rank and file of the fire department without having to put a class on or help fire anybody. And that's where the numbers come from.
That SAFER grant, do you get that reimbursed or awarded all at once in one lump sum?
Nope, that's it's 6.2 million over 3 years, and we're in that last bit of it. Actually, we extended that SAFER grant to August because we had extra money left in the grant. I applied for an extension to be able to use the rest of the money. It would have normally come up in March. We got it extended another 6 months into August, so we can use every dime of the $6.2 million, and that's reimbursed quarterly. I request reimbursement quarterly on that.
And what happens at the end of those 3 years when that SAFER grant is expired? Because the SAFER grant, that only pays for the salary, right?
Nope, salary, benefit, anything contractually obligated. Salary, benefits, FICA, payroll taxes, clothing allowance, anything that's either contractually obligated or payroll obligated, they cover.
Including turnout gear and helmets and uniforms and badges, et cetera. It's all part of that?
So that, yeah. No, we don't have to part with it. We don't have an obligation after the SAFER grant expires to maintain those minimum staffing levels. So that's why, as the chief was alluding to earlier, our staffing is going to go from 51 down to 48 once the SAFER grant expires.
Okay, I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Councilman DeLuise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have one question. On training and education, the projected amount was 25,000. Are you requesting 80,000 for training and education for the 12 new recruits?
That's right.
It's $55,000. It's quite a bit.
It's accounting for those 12 new recruits. There'll be payment to the state academy, and the other portion of that is for the education reimbursement that we're contractually obligated to through the contract.
Okay, thank you.
In the mic. Into the mic, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, just a couple of clarifying questions from the budget. There's a rent line of approximately $42,000. Just to confirm, is that the new rent for the fire station over near the old Ann and Hope?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And when it comes to the positions, very similar to what we saw in the police department, there's been a lot of grade realignment, which also goes to the increases in salary. Is that correct? There's been a lot of grade, fire grades to different grades of the.
That's right. There's some members are receiving step increases that either increased or did not receive them before.
Yep. All right. And as far as the command staff, you and the rest, are you part of the raises? Are they part of your contract with the city, or is that outside contracts?
We have no contracts. It's been the past practice that we receive whatever the rank and file receive.
Okay. All right. And give me one moment. Oh, one other item, and this may be somewhere else in the budget, Mr. President. Just let me know. We have maintenance in here and capital maintenance. As far as the fire stations themselves, and I know Councilman Lattiser brought this up, and he's right on not just the fire station, but a lot of our properties. When the maintenance and upkeep of these buildings, obviously it's cheaper to maintain. Is there a schedule? Is there a process? What do you do as one of the leaders of the fire departments? How do you make sure that not just your equipment is good, but your stations are also up to speed?
So we do not budget for building improvements or capital projects that involve our stations. We don't budget for that. Excuse me. However, in fact, I believe it's in the budget now where there is a line item under building for the fire station roof. And I know that right now, DPW is working on going out to bid for that project and preparing that bid. So we work with the building department under DPW with any issues that that come up that we identify that need to be done. We have had some issues in the past, electrical issues, things of that nature, that, again, DPW went out to bid for. Replacement of the generator at Station 4 is one of them. A lot of electrical work was done at Station 2. One thing that we have done is a grant became available to us that we've applied for. We don't know if we're going to receive it or not, but we did submit a grant proposal through one of the congressionally direct spending grants for fire station improvements and maintenance. I don't know what the timeline is on that to when we'll find out if we were successful or not, but we're hoping to get awarded the grant or at least a portion of what we put in for.
Just one follow-up. Obviously, we're reactive, and last meeting, we were talking with DPW about being proactive with the roads. As far as the fire stations and fire equipment, I know there's a capital budget out there somewhere. What type of plans do you have placed to keep our equipment and, identify future issues with the stations, so we don't get always caught behind the eight ball?
So are you asking about the facilities, mainly the fire stations themselves, or both? So as far as the facilities go, we have weekly meetings with the captains. So each station, each company has a captain assigned to it. And that is the place where they bring issues to us. And certainly, as you can imagine, like anything else, they run a vast spectrum. Sometimes it might just be simply getting paint or something to beautify the station, clean it up, make it look nice. And for that, we have accounts with Lowe's and that we can okay them to get. Anything more serious, like a leaky roof, would obviously encounter, we would have to work with DPW and bring that to the attention of the administration to satisfy that. As far as our apparatus go, so DPW handles all of our maintenance and repairs that they're able to handle. And what I mean by that is there are certain repairs that they may not be certified to handle. Hydraulics on a ladder truck, for instance, they would send that out. And whether or not they send a vehicle out to a private vendor or not is up to them. It depends on what their workload is and whether or not, and what the nature of the repair is and what the status of our fleet was. At one time, we didn't have any reserve apparatus. So if we had a frontline truck down and, at one time, there was a lot of our frontline trucks down and a lot of the DPW trucks down. There was only so much room to fix these trucks, so they may have needed to send those out more often. Because of the apparatus replacements that we've done, that's really not the case anymore. They're able to handle it in-house. We also have contracts with vendors that we bring in to perform pump maintenance. So the pumps, of course, have to be inspected annually. Before we do that, we bring in a maintenance company to go through it and replace bushings, things of that nature, identify any major issues to us that could cause the pump to fail when it is tested, to try to alleviate that from happening. And the same thing with our ladder trucks. We'll do the same thing. We have to have those tested annually as well. So we'll have a company come in and perform maintenance on those trucks as well, to get them ready for their inspection, if you will. So we have less problems. And of course, they need to be maintained anyway. Preventive maintenance on these trucks goes a long way and really will prolong the life of them.
Thank you. Chief, just
a quick question about the new recruit class. So they graduate, all 12 of them go through. If there's no position on the Warwick Fire Department at that time for them, do we still own them, or do we just use that as a list for hiring?
So we would have the ability to use them as a list if we wanted to. What we try to do is calculate that number of what we're going to bring in and what we're going to train to be as accurate as possible, so that we don't go over those floater positions, so that we have 8 floater positions altogether. We calculated the best we can so we don't go over that, so that we won't have an extra person and we don't have to lay that person off. Because the danger of that is if we do so, we'd be concerned about somebody else grabbing them, as we see happening throughout the state, and especially with the police departments. I know that that's a big problem for them right now, where they get picked before they even graduate their academy by another municipality.
Chief, that's a good segue into the questions I had for you. Relative to attrition, you said you plan for losing 12 guys a year. Is that for, I mean, it can't be just for retirements. I'm assuming that's transfers out of the department, retirees, injuries. What does that 12 a year turnover, or 12 every 6 month turnover look like?
So we won't always get 12 a year. We may only get 6 or 8. It really fluctuates, and as Chief Ummenauer was saying, it's impossible for us to predict. It's really an estimation. When we see people leave, it's typically through retirement or an injury causes them to retire early. We had, I'm trying to think when we had the last person leave to go to another department. We had a spat there when Providence was doing lateral transfers. They really haven't done that in a while, and I don't really see that affecting us in the near future, at least not in this fiscal year.
If you ran an internal academy, would that cut down on department to department transfers, or be able to cherry pick out of the academy to other cities and towns?
So there's a lot of misconceptions out there about training and this topic, and running your own training without involving the state is impossible in today's day and age, because the state training academy is the only authorized agency in the state to certify firefighters to the training levels that we certify them to, the basic certifications they get. We cannot run our own in-house training program and certify them to the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Agency standard, on our own. We're not authorized to. The Rhode Island Fire Academy is the only academy that does. Even City of Providence, which has for years run their own academy, is now, they still run it somewhat on their own, but the testing all takes place at the Rhode Island Municipal Fire Academy. So they've started to gravitate towards it more so than they used to. We're required to train our firefighters to a specific standard. That standard is the same throughout the state. Once they achieve that certification, they could really work anywhere in the state. Whether it be Providence, Cranston, Warwick, that's trained to the same certification. The only place to get that certification is through the state fire academy. We send them to the state academy, and right now we get them back. After that, they come back for about 5 weeks with us. And we've also increased that on some occasions to 6 and 7 weeks. It really depends on what our training division identifies as needs that they want to accomplish. And we have had them come to us and say, I need this class for 1 more week. And we authorize that. And we do so with the union as well. Keep them in the loop of what's going on. I'm a big believer in open communication with them so no one gets blindsided. I know that there's been some members that have expressed an interest in doing our own training in-house again. It's not as easy as they make it sound to be because of that certification process that we need. And the State Fire Academy has really come so far, and there's a massive construction project going on down there right now, and it's so close to us, we can't provide the training that they can provide at that one site, and they come out of there with 5 certifications. We wouldn't be able to do that in-house in the time frame that they do it in.
So the 80,000 that you have budgeted here, that would account for sending 12 recruits through state and whatever costs you would incur at the local level to complete their training and put them through your local training department here in the city.
That's right.
Okay. And then next year, you had mentioned you might run 2 classes. So this would only account for 1 class, so that cost would.
This accounts for 1 class, yes.
Got it. All right. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Any members of the public have anything for fire? All right. Seeing none, we move on to
Thank you, Council President. Michelle Komar, Ward 1. Good evening.
Hello.
Hi. Looking at the salaries line, and I'll just say 21 million for a rough number. It doesn't seem to equate with the personnel fund, which is 25 million. Am I missing some line items to get to 25?
What's the line item you're looking at? Which line item number?
Okay, I'm looking at, I don't know how well, if you go to the personnel fund, it's on page 23. The total in salaries is 25,790,289. I just can't get the number out of the budget.
So to answer your question, the number that you're seeing with the 21 million is just salaries. The personnel supplement, the bottom line, 25 million you're seeing includes the overtime and the temporary services. So you get 4.7 million in overtime that's also included.
Okay.
So it's not just the salary line, it's salaries altogether.
So the way you figure out the 25,790,000, which is in the personnel supplement, is including overtime plus salaries?
Correct. The second to last line in the personnel supplement is the overtime line. It's at 4.7 million. That's the difference you're seeing.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you too well.
The second to last line on the personnel supplement is the overtime at 4.7. That's the difference that you're seeing between the 21 and the 25.
Okay, I can see that now. All right, so your department, I may be wrong, but it looks like your department has the most salary increases. Is that by union contract or approved city contract?
Yes, any increases are contractual.
Okay, and when was that contract approved?
This contract was approved in July of 24? 25?
The current contract we have was approved in the fall of 2025. So it exceeded the expiration of the previous contract. So the raises, the salary raises that you're seeing in this contract are actually 2 fiscal years worth of raises, because we budgeted no raises for the current fiscal year we're in, 2026, because there was no contract in place.
Okay, so.
And so this year, we're reflecting this current fiscal year's raises and then 2027 on top of it. So you're talking about 9% increase in raises in salaries.
Thank you. And let's see, my last question. Oh, so as far as pension contributions, which I don't know if it's in this line item or another budget, is there a freeze? There was a freeze at one time for fire contributions. I don't know, it was fire 1 or 2, and I may be going back a few years. Is there a freeze now of employee contributions?
I've been here 27 and a half years, so I've never seen a freeze in our pension contributions.
Okay.
And unless I'm mistaken, I think that's a different part of the budget as well.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for fire? All right, seeing none, we move on to emergency management.
We reduce that.
Councilman Lattiser.
Reduce that.
You said emergency management, right?
Yep.
Okay, so Chief, I'll go back to that question. You had indicated that the stipend for yourself and the deputy chief were in emergency management. Where would we find that?
Councilman, that's 34,140 temporary services. The figure is $10,400. So the fire chief also fulfills the role of emergency management director. That role has mostly been with the fire department. There was a period of time it was with the police department, where the police chief served as the EMA director and received that stipend. What I have done is taken that stipend and I split it between myself and Chief Ubenhauer, because Chief Ubenhauer does a tremendous amount of work, EMA work as well. And a lot of that work involves in-house. It involves what we've done with our Emergency Operations Center, as well as our fire alarm dispatching area, replacing all of the technology and actually moving the fire alarm site from Sandy Lane to Station 10 in Potawatomi. And then the purpose behind the stipend is for there is no full-time EMA director or part-time EMA director or anything of that nature here in Warwick. It's a dual role that we assume. And so coming in for storms and planning for the big blizzard we had this past year and managing that from our Emergency Operations Center, Chief Ubenhauer spent the night in the Emergency Operations Center, keeping that up and running. When we have a storm like that, working with our state partners through REMA, there's a lot of software involved that we utilize, and that's how we notify REMA of what the needs are at the local level and what's happening at the local level. That's predetermined through the state. It's sort of an unfunded mandate, if you will, that we have to follow. And so that's what's behind that $10,400 line item.
So it's $5,200 each?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that goes through the payroll system?
Yes.
So FICA, FUTA, all that stuff is all deducted out of that. So instead, why is this listing it as temporary services, which is not even close to descriptive of what it is? This is actually a salary for 2 city employees. So why is it listed under temporary services?
To be honest with you, it's always been listed as such. And that could go from, like I said earlier, it could be transferred back to the police department or things of that nature. I'm assuming that's where the word temporary came from. Whoever's wearing the EMA hat, if you will, whoever's assuming that role and fulfilling those duties.
I just think that it should have a more accurate definition of where $10,400 is going for. Temporary services. We've heard a lot of testimony this evening about temporary services, and it's not just here. It was in other departments where this is now all of a sudden it's become aware to me that this isn't temporary services. This is salaries. So I just think that, not just you guys, but in other departments, something like that, it needs to be more transparent and it needs to be listed for what it is. So I would certainly suggest that going forward, those type of things are changed so that it is transparent and we know what the stipend is and the explanation is there. Whether people want to accept it or not, that's something else, but at least it's there. For me, what's frustrating is having to, deal with all the shell games and, where is this and what is that and where does this belong? So that's it. That's all I got to say on that, Chief. Thank you for putting that on the record.
Anyone else have anything for emergency management? Any members of the public wish to speak on emergency management? All right, seeing none, we next move on to fire grants. Does anyone have anything for fire grants? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So, Chief, this is coming from a different direction. I have to give you guys kudos on the grants that the fire department pulls in for this city. I know that over the years, we're talking some serious amounts of money, and I just want to let you know that it is appreciated.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
Any members of the public have anything for fire grants? All right, seeing none, we move on to building inspection.
Good evening. Al Decourt, Director of Code Enforcement. Let's see. So, as you can see, the increases are with contract. We have 10 employees with longevity increases, one with a step 2 increase. Sorry, I was trying to talk out of the side of my mouth. I lost my train of thought. So we have the 10 employees with longevity increases, one with a step increase and no longevity, and some minor increases with gasoline and maintenance for the vehicles.
Does anyone have any questions for building inspection? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, I have a question on plumbing, mechanical, construction inspector. That item, that's code number 083, that is showing a significant increase this year from what was approved last year of $64,481 to this year of $78,996. Can you speak to that?
Sure. So that's the preliminary mechanical inspector that had the step, went from step 2 to step 3 in January.
It went a step 2 to a step 3?
Yes.
Mid-year?
Sorry?
Mid-year?
Yes, that's under the contract.
So the budget was approved for $64,481, and then a step increase kicked in at some point during fiscal year 2026, which brought it up to I have that number, but I'm just going to take it from memory, something like 76,000, I think it was.
I know the step increase was about 35 change per hour, bumped up to around 42.
Yeah, I think it came up to about 12,000. So I think this question is going to be more for personnel than you. I'm sorry, finance, and maybe it is personnel. The question is, why was a budget approved for 64,000 change and did not include the step increase which occurred during this fiscal year? And keep in mind, we just heard from two other departments who said that the reason their increase was more was because it included step increases for this upcoming fiscal year. So why wasn't that budgeted in 2026 fiscal year?
I'm not sure why it wouldn't have been budgeted in 26. I do know that this employee is part of the bargaining unit, and he or she goes through the step process. I don't know the history of this position exactly, but it's also possible that they've reached a longevity marker. I'd have to do more research to actually find that out.
Well, I think that there should be a way to find it out, because two other departments just spoke about it earlier, that they were increasing their line item because of a step increase that was contractual and included this year. So I would expect personnel would be aware of this. Somebody should be aware of it, because what's occurred is we passed the budget that was $12,000 short because we had no idea about it.
The building inspection department, suffers from a lot of vacancies. So I think that this position may have been vacant last year, which might have been part of the problem as well. And maybe an internal person. Usually it gets confusing when an internal person comes in because they come in with longevity and different step. But in the bargaining unit, it's all set by contract. There's a schedule in the whole back of it that would tie out to this.
Well, either way, I'm not going to waste everybody's time to try and find it in all of this stuff. There needs to be a process that when we pass a budget, we are comfortable with the numbers that are provided to us. And when there's a step increase, that just happens to be one that would happen to be picked up on. And I don't know if there's others. So it seems to me that there needs to be some sort of check and balances on these things to be sure that we're passing a budget that is accurate. So this increase is not the significant increase that it appears, because it's actually going from 76,000 last year to 78,996 this year. Is that correct, Director? Yeah. Okay, and the other question I have is building coordinator specialist. It's a new code, it's 429A, and that appears to have a 14% increase. So twofold question, what's the reason for the A? And is the 14% increase something above contractual?
So as you are aware, there are a number of employees who have to contribute to our OPEB trust as a deduction off their check. If you are a member of the bargaining unit, you must contribute, full stop. If you are not, if you qualify for a post-employment benefit, you must contribute, but if you do not contribute. Part of this is some get a 9% raise, some get the 2.4 in January. Now, to differentiate that, as we move along, when people move departments, we actually have to make an A so we can keep those straight, so that we don't give somebody the 0.9% raise who does not qualify for it because they're not contributing to the OPEB trust. So you'll sometimes see an A pop up. In our system, it's actually an O, but.
Okay, so the A designation isn't, it's not providing a increase in salary because of the A designation. The 14% increase over the previous year is because of contractual.
It's my understanding that that employee was actually an internal transfer. So they may have brought over longevity, or they're a long-time employee. So they probably brought longevity to a position that was vacant.
Okay, this is a billing coordinator specialist. And it went from $65,696 in 2026 to $75,194 this year. And that's a 14.45%. And is that because of contractual step increases, longevity?
The finance director is correct in her analogy. There was an internal move, two internal moves. The gentleman who had that position moved up to construction inspector. The person who took the non-union job was a union employee for over 10 years, so he brought all his longevity with him. That's why the salary's high.
Okay. And I assume, well, I think you've pretty much addressed it. You've already stated that none of the increases in salaries are beyond contractual.
That's correct.
Okay, that's the issue I had where there was that $12,000 difference from what we approved and what actually took place, because somewheres along the line, that longevity thing just didn't get in the budget. Thank you, Director. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Director, just questions on two different line items. 36,140 temporary services. That line item sort of seems all over the map historically over the last few years, and we're way over that budget this year for whatever reason, and you're doubling your request from last year to next, well, from this current fiscal year to next. Can you just run me through that line item to make it make sense?
Sure. We've had a lot of movement in our department through retirements and people just up and leaving and finding new jobs. So we've had to use temporary services a lot this year and over the past years.
What are you filling needs of the department through, like supplemental personnel temporary services? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
So we had a permit tech left. We had to bring in temporary service to help out. That's one of the most important jobs, because they answer the phone, they schedule inspections and such.
Okay. And then just one other one that sort of just raised an eyebrow for me. 36,337, your steno and court reporter services. You're increasing about 30% on that. Are we anticipating extra litigation this year?
Well, the contract runs out in June, so we don't know if she's going to increase her fees for the stenographer for the zoning board.
Got it. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director, just more of a operational type questions for you. One, your department is funded by fees and not taxpayer dollars. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And the current collection of fees, are they covering your budget?
Yes.
Are there any excess in fees?
Are there any excess in fees?
Yes.
This past year, yes.
Okay. With the demand on your department, what is there an opportunity for you, one, for the demand, but two, to prevent or to hedge against some of your retirements in your potential departments? Go ahead. Okay. So. We hear you. It's tough. So is this a better volume? Okay. So you answered my question that your department is funded by the fees. You have some excess in fees that are being collected because of the demand on your department. You've used a lot of consulting services. Do you have a vision for ramping up your department to cover the demand as well as balance against the fees you're collecting?
I think our staffing level right now is adequate. This past year, we've had a boom year. with all the large projects, so we collected a lot of fees. So there's a little bit of a tail going on with construction. So we'll see a little lag for a little bit, but we were just shy of issuing 11,000 permits this past year. So normal average is around 8,000 to 9,000 per year. So plus we collect receivership funds, building without permit penalties, and vacant property fees in conjunction with building permit fees.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any members of the public have anything for building inspection? All right, so that brings us
Thank
to
you.
Parks and Recreation.
Hello, Holly Weber, Parks and Recreation. We have contractual increases, one longevity, and they were and added a part-time aide position.
All right, does anyone have any questions for Parks and Recreation? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your budget, you actually have an error, I believe, in the personnel supplement. As I add up these numbers, actually, I can't even take the credit for adding up the numbers because, to be honest with you, this is something that was pointed out to me by Mr. Cushman in reviewing some of these documents. Your budget, your personnel supplement on page 26 shows a total of $1,056,410. When I add up those numbers actually come out to $1,006,410. So it appears as though there is a $50,000 math error in that particular supplement. Do we agree?
Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff, I'm going to have to add up those numbers. If you just give me a minute to add those up.
Sure.
So we can make sure we have the right numbers.
I said this years ago, Councilman Lattiser.
I'm sorry?
I said this to you years ago. Are you sitting down? Because you're right.
Could you repeat that, please?
You're right. Loud into the mic.
I'm not done working yet, Director.
And you know
so-
why? It's because I cut her budget $50,000 at the last minute. I cut the seasonal salaries exactly $50,000.
Okay, duly noted. I will take the appropriate action on Thursday.
So which line item was it?
45-101, salaries, municipal, and parks and recs.
Too high or too low?
Reduced.
But Councilman Lattiser, the problem is the personnel supplement is too high. I think the budget's correct.
I think the error comes in 45-119 because that still reflects 450,000 for seasonal. That should
The error comes in where?
The seasonal line item, 45,119, you cut that down to 400,000. Is that correct, Director?
No,
Seasonal-
the personnel
seasonal.
supplement has the 450. The formula in the personnel supplement didn't pick up that $50,000. So the budget should be correct and the supplement is wrong.
What are you talking about? I'm looking at the personnel supplement on page 26. It's got seasonal 450,000.
Wait, hold on.
And the total amount in that item is $1,056. I'm sorry, $1,056,410. Those numbers that are in that document add up to $1,006,410. So
Correct.
Where were you saying the 50,000 is?
If you take line 45,101,
45,101.
45,106,
Hold on.
45,119,
Wait a minute. 45.
just those top three
101,
lines.
45,106. Who's adding it? Because I'm not. And 45,119, 450.
That's 1,006,410.
That adds up to 1,006,000.
So the math in the budget is correct.
Okay, so let's go back to the personnel supplement. Where is the $50,000 error?
Yeah, it's just the total amount's wrong.
Okay, so it's the bottom number, 1,056. That's a typo. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
And it should be 1,006,410. Just bear with me 1 second. I just need to add these numbers up myself.
Director, while the chairman is adding up numbers, can I just ask a question to the director? Why are we so high on seasonal employees? There was a significant increase there.
Minimum wage expenses have gone up quite a bit, and it depends year to year, like weather-wise, how many we use, if we don't cancel. So what we used last year might be different from what we use this year. Lifeguard rates have gone up as well to stay competitive.
Did you finish your math?
Councilman Knapp, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so yeah, those numbers, I agree, they add up to 1,006,410. So that brings me back to the same thing you've heard me say time and time again. Who double checks these things? How is it that something comes to us with this type of an error, whether it be a typo or not? I mean, to me, there's either no systems in place at all for double checking these type of things. And again, Director, it's not singled to you. This happens periodically in all departments. So don't take it as though I'm singling you out on it. I'm not. There definitely needs to be a better check and balances in place on these things. That's all. I'm all set on that right now. Thank you.
Does anyone have anything else for Parks and Recreation? Does any member of the public wish to speak on Parks and Recreation? Seeing none, we move on to the Warwick Public Library.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Aaron Kutu, Director of the Library. Just to sort of go over the quick questions relating to staffing, I have 52 staff members. Currently, there are 2 vacancies, one full-time circ assistant and one part-time 10-hour circ assistant. All increases in salaries are contractual that have been discussed earlier. I have 13 people that will see step increases, and I have 3 people that will be sliding into longevity, which will bring the total from 10 this year to 13 next year.
Does anyone have anything for the Warwick Public Libraries? Councilman Lattiser?
So your increase in your salary item for this year is about roughly 330,000
That is
over your projection for this year. Why is your projection 300,000 less than the approved budget for last year?
One of the
Or this
challenges.
current year?
You're asking about why our amount is lower this year. Am I understanding you?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a twofold question.
Yep.
So you're 300,000 less than your approved budget for this year, and you're asking for roughly 340,000 more this year than your projected budget year end.
Yes. One of the challenges we faced this year is at one point we had a long period where we were down 9 staff people. So you'll notice our overtime is significantly higher than what was projected for the current year. That was largely because in order to keep the branches and the central library open, we needed to hire full-time so we would have enough staff on Sundays, on Saturdays, for example. We had to wait through the process in order for those positions to be filled. And we're actually still seeing some of the fallout. One of our current positions that's opened is through basically kind of a Plinko effect of where you have an opening, you promote somebody, and then you have to fill their position, and then you promote somebody. So you basically have a hole for almost a year in some of our situations.
So, Director, when I look at your personnel supplement for this current year, you had 52 positions. And for this year, you have 52 positions budgeted.
Correct.
In both.
Correct.
So I thought you just said that in the past you've had less people.
We had vacancies that were unfilled positions. So if someone leaves, retires, it takes time to fill the position. So for example, we just filled a position in April that opened last May. We, like every other department, have to take our turn when it comes time to filling those positions, and sometimes it takes longer to get there, but we still have to budget as if the position is full in case we're lucky enough to get it filled faster, which would be preferable, but we don't have a control over that timeline.
Okay. All right. So what you're saying is it's not that you had budgeted for less people, you just had less people on the payroll.
Correct.
For whatever reasons, and that's why you're coming in less than your budget the previous year.
Yes.
So now you want to bring it back up to actually 100,000 more than last year, and I'm assuming that's all through contractual increases?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And your electricity item, you are budgeted for this year at 126,000, and you are here it is. Your projection is for 131,000. So what's the reason for the additional 44,000?
That's under the guidance of the finance department. I believe it's another case referring back to what Director Prodger had indicated with the credits going away and our having to fully pay for our electricity. And that's the jump.
Okay.
Basically, it's they actually originally when we met, we had a figure that was a little more closely tied to projection, and they increased it slightly even more, I'm assuming because they believe it will be more for next year.
Okay, so let me look at something here. Okay, right now, out of a revised budget of 126,000, as of today, you've only spent 46,000.
I'm sorry, which line item were you speaking of?
It's your line item 43224, electricity. Your budget for this year is 126,000. As of today, you've expended roughly 46,000, no encumbrances, showing a balance of approximately 80,000.
Sure. There are two portions to the answer for that. One is, again, sort of we're working off of the recommendation of the finance department. Secondly, the library, because of the way our budgeting works due to state law, we don't have encumbrances built into Munis in the same way as other municipal departments.
And at the end of the fiscal year, whatever happens to be left over in these line items that either you propose or are presented to you, such as electricity, whatever's left over goes into the general fund, right? Goes back in the general fund.
Optimally, in order to preserve our state funding, the grant and aid program from the Office of Library and Information Services, we would expend what we're provided with, because our funding from them in the 2 years that will follow will be based on this figure. According to the law, we're supposed to get 25% of that back as our state funding. And we have to always be careful that they look at what was budgeted to us and then what we actually expended. They take the lower amount, and we really have to do everything in our power to make sure that we at least achieve a level of funding from the year prior in order to still qualify for our grant and aid.
Do you have an electric meter at the library?
We do at all 4 of our structures.
You have an electric meter at the library?
Yes.
Right. So does and this could be a question for finance, does the city receive itemized electric bills, such as for the library? Library has its own meter.
Yes, we receive 4 separate bills, one for each of our structures, and those are actually shared with the city, but up until now have been paid for with credits. And we will be reverting back to the prior payment process in which we have to pay directly for our electricity. So they would see the measurements that are on each of our bills when they're submitted for payment.
And do you know if your budget is proposed based upon the actual usage and costs of electricity for your locations?
That I would have to refer, because they're the ones who provide the estimate, the finance department.
So that is a question for finance. The question is, the director just said they have meters at, I think he said 4 locations, whatever. So when you are providing him with his budget for electric, is it based upon the actual usage and invoices that the city gets for the electric consumption at those locations?
It's based on usage. It's also based on our net metering credits, which we had a huge balance. Those are gone now. We spent them on our bills. So next year, if you drilled into the detail of any of the electric lines, it will be Rhode Island Energy and a company called Captona, where we get our net metering credits.
Do we currently have a balance in net metering, balance that's owed us in net metering?
No, as of Friday, it had run out.
It's what, please?
As of Friday, our credit balances were gone.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Director. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Looking at your library technology aid, that's a bargaining unit position, but the increase was close to 21%. Can you explain what I think I know, but can you explain the 3 groups of how we got there?
Yes, I can definitely do that. Basically, he would have his base salary, and then on top of that, he would have his steps. I believe because of the timing of this next year, he'll be advancing a step that makes up the majority of that difference on top of what would be part of the bargaining increases of the 3.25 and the 0.009.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I call that out is that's the largest increase in your area. Then you have 2 library, 2 positions. They received some job code changes. Was that more of a lateral, or did we redefine those jobs?
I'm assuming one of them was the one that we transferred from being a library aide circulation to Library 18 services. So it was a refocusing in order to allow us to increase coverage of our teen room, provide more programming, et cetera. I'm not sure what the second position is that you're referring to.
All right. And one last question. Going over to your budget line items. So line item 43, 332, security and alarm services. That increase has gone up
19,000.
Yeah, so yeah.
We've been very fortunate in that the library has been able to contract a former city detective that had retired after 30 years with the city. And he is retiring again as of the end of June after 34 years with the library. And we're really, from bidding, we just cannot get the deal with anybody else that we were able to get from him and his company. So that's bridging the difference for the same number of hours and the same coverage we would normally have with the major. It's just, he had dedication to the city. He was very dedicated to the library and was very willing to be accommodating with the price.
Okay. Now that, you mentioned you went out to bid with it. And
Yes.
When did you go out to bid?
We went out in April. Last year when we bid, because he was considering last year, he did end up winning the bid again and opted to just not renew, even though it was a possibility. Last year we received 5 bids. This year, though, we only received the 1.
Okay. And you may or may not know this, but do any of our other city buildings have security alarms in monitoring?
That I don't know across the city's buildings. No.
Can we direct the administration?
Maybe it's starting to veer, but not yet.
Council, Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff. This isn't a security alarm or monitoring. It's a security guard at the library, main branch of the library for certain hours of the day.
Got it.
All our buildings have security systems and alarms and things, but this is specifically for a security guard.
Okay. I was just going by the description. It actually says
Yeah, I know.
alarm.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. I'm veering back.
Councilman Lattiser?
So with this security and alarm services, to follow up on Councilman Muto, is this a subcontractor or is this an
There's
actual-
multiple things that are in there. There is our security alarm is billed through there, but the increase is tied completely to just the security guard, which is a subcontractor. Basically, he created a company way back under, I think, 4 directors ago, and was able to run security for the library to help manage behavior, manage crowd size, those sorts of things. And then there are other alarm systems that are also run through that line item.
All right, let me circle back on my question. The chief said this is not an alarm service, it's a person.
It's both.
Okay. So my question is, this person, is this an employee that gets benefits or that we pay TDI for, FICA, or is it strictly on a subcontract basis?
The contractor, the security guard, and I apologize for misspeaking, the security guard, in addition to the security system, is a subcontractor that's bid out and contracted with the library. He's not a employee of the city.
Okay. So the city has a written contract with this vendor?
Yes, we do. It includes everything. It is the biggest packet I've ever received for something like this ever.
Okay.
But we receive it. It traditionally had been renewed every 3 years, and but this year his wife won, so we just got 1 year out of it.
And you said that was bid in April of this year?
Yeah, it was bid last year, and it was bid this year. It hasn't technically been fully awarded to the new company yet because it has to await.
Well, that was my next question because
Yeah, it has to. It has to.
I know I'm
it'll go to-
old, but I don't remember that bid coming before us.
That's because our contracts go through the Board of Trustees for state law. So it will go to the trustees actually on Wednesday.
Okay, so you're budgeting for this in anticipation that the city council is going to approve.
Well, it would be the
that
Board of
budget.
Trustees that approves our contracts because that's what is required under state law.
In what other service contracts do you have? You got $47,040 that you're looking for in service contracts. What are these service contracts?
Sure. A good portion of that is HVAC, our 2 elevators in the central location. So it's mostly maintenance related contracts that are tied into that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any members of the public have anything for the Warwick Public Library? All right. Seeing none, we move on to Human Services.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Kathleen Bowl, Director of Senior Services. Our Human Services budget, practically no changes this year other than contractual increases to the salary line in July and January, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Human Services?
Bear with me.
I think you said something along the lines of yes, Councilman Lattiser, but I'm not sure.
Is this including this Senior Citizens Department?
That will be next.
Not yet?
Yeah, that's next. Sorry.
Councilman, do you have anything? I wasn't sure if you said anything before.
I said, just give me a minute.
All right. Yeah, sure. Sorry. Wasn't not trying to rush. Just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
Okay, Director, you had said there's nothing beyond contractual increases, no new hires?
Correct.
New positions, I should say. Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Do any members of the public have anything for Human Services?
Michelle Comar, Ward 1. Good evening.
Good evening.
Is there anything in your budget that deals with senior housing or planning for senior housing or looking at the need, demand changes?
I guess a short answer would be we have emergency services funding. And so citizens can apply for help with rent if they're in a situation that they could use assistance. And if it's a sustainable request, they can be granted emergency services funding. And then also through contributive support, nonprofits can apply for funding. And that's why you'll see all of those organizations listed that the city helps to grant funding for. So some of those may have to do with housing, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm looking more, maybe it's community development or planning. I'm looking at who actually looks at the future needs of senior housing in Warwick. 20%, or maybe just over 20% of the population in Warwick is 65 and over. And I really don't see any action in this arena at all. And with tax increases, they may be deciding to sell their houses and move into senior housing. I just don't know which department to ask that question if it's in their budget. I thought it would be Human Services.
So I'd recommend just connecting with the chief in
Yes,
between
thank you.
things rather than, we shouldn't have this discussion during this portion of the budget, or rather during this department's time, considering she already stated it's not their budget.
Okay, and how do you help the homeless in Warwick?
First, though, is it part of your budget?
Other than that emergency services funding, if someone were homeless and they were able to come to us and fill out an application, they could be granted first month's rent to get them into an apartment, but they would need to prove that it was a sustainable.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So my other comment is there is a lot of taxpayer money going to nonprofits. And they're all good groups, but we really don't know what they do. Maybe we don't need to know. But what I'm disappointed in is that our own land trust only is accounted for $400 in the budget, whereas all these agencies up to like $10,000. I don't know what the total, maybe you can give me the total amount that goes to nonprofits. Is that totaled in the
That's
budget?
It's 150,000.
$150,000 taxpayers' money goes to groups that we really don't know what they do with the money. And I think there's a great discrepancy between the Warwick Land Trust that could use more money to get survey work done, close the right of redemption on some properties. I'm totally against this money allocation going out. And I think it was in another section of the budget at one time. Was it always in human resources?
Okay, I just talked about, this is a Bill Vicente, Chief Staff. What the resident is saying, Ms. Komar is saying, these agencies provide, these nonprofits provide critical services to many of the residents of the city of Warwick. Whether she understands what these nonprofits do or not is irrelevant to this budget. A committee makes the recommendation to the mayor on this contributive support funds. We've been doing this for, well, as far as I can remember. So these nonprofits all service Warwick residents in various capacities, whether it's through food pantries, assistance in housing, like she mentioned, rides to hospitals, rides to doctors, services for the blind, et cetera, et cetera. So whether Ms. Komar knows what they're doing or not is relevant to this budget.
Yeah, I just think this is a lot of money going out to nonprofits. I don't mind a couple thousand here and there, but we got 10,000 going out the door to some of these entities. And like I said, I am disappointed that the land trust doesn't get the same kind of attention. Thank you.
Ms. Komar, if you're comfortable with it, I'd recommend going over and asking the chief of staff which department it is that you were trying to ask about before. That way you're ready for it. Councilman Lattiser?
Director, I just want to circle back with you to confirm on the Director of Senior Services. The current salary is $87,487. The salary for 2027 is $96,077 for a 9.82% increase.
So I
That
think
is-
you're on a different budget.
I'm sorry?
I think we're in human services still. I think you're talking about a different budget.
In the personnel supplement.
Under
And in the personnel supplement, it shows your salary this year at $96,077. That's a 9.82% increase. And how does that increase come about?
So we're still on human services. So my salary isn't in this budget that we're on now.
I'm sorry?
I'm not in the human services budget. I'm in the senior services budget.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought we were still on senior services.
I think we're still in human services.
Human services. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at human services. All right, hold on 1 minute. Let me get to. Well, let me just save some time. I just want to repeat that there are no salary increases in your budget beyond contractual increases.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for human services? All right, seeing none, we're moving on to Senior Citizen Center.
So the major changes to this budget are in our fixed expenses with the natural gas and electricity, like we've seen as a theme across the other departments. Some of our other commodities, sewer, telephone, are also necessary evils that we offset by decreasing our office supplies. And you'll notice one increase to instructional services of $900, and that's just because we're having more classes, and those fees that we pay to the instructors are offset by the costs of the classes. So that money is recouped in our revenue line.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I left the light on. So now I'll go to that question of Director of Senior Services with the 9.82% increase. Is that strictly contractual increases? Nothing beyond contractual?
Correct. There was a step in the last salary, in the last budget.
Was there a longevity as well, or just a step?
Just a step, and then the contractual raises.
So was the step increase how much?
It was previously, it would be the
Percentage-wise?
difference. Sorry?
Percentage-wise?
The steps aren't necessarily a percentage.
Right, exactly. Was it a 6% increase?
I don't know. It was a step that was in the last budget because I was newer to the position.
Okay, that's again to the same point as before. We're not getting the information as to how these percentage of increases are taking place. All right, perhaps this one can be included as well in the breakdown that I've asked for earlier.
Sure.
As to how that 9.82% came in, please. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for the senior center? Do any members of the public have anything for the Senior Citizen Center?
Hello. I'm wondering what the job of a coffee aide is.
So it is a part-time position, so it is a minimum wage job with no benefits that works in our coffee and gift shop. And we sell pastry, sell coffee, and
So
sell
separate,
items.
It's separate from like a kitchen area or the meals? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sure.
Miss, can you just state your name because they need it for the minutes?
Robin Cardenas.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything for the Senior Citizen Center? All right, seeing none. Next is Senior Transportation.
Okay, so senior transportation has more bargaining unit employees. So there are 2 bargaining unit employees that are getting their longevity for the first time. And then there is a third bargaining unit employee that has been getting longevity that's getting an increase. So beyond the longevity and the 2 contractual percentage raises, there's no increases in our salary line. Beyond that, and we have a slight increase for fuel.
Councilman Lattiser.
Director, how did you base that increase on fuel from 19,000 to 24,000? How'd you come up with that number of 24,000?
I mean, the fuel costs are going up, and we're also simultaneously with gas prices going up, we also are resuming trips where we take folks to the Coventry Walmart because it's a bigger Walmart. We take them to Wright's Dairy Farm. So the buses are also on the road more. So we had to factor in the raising costs and increase utilization of the services.
No, I understand the gas is going up, diesel's going up. But you've gone from roughly 20,000 to 24,000. That's about a 20% increase overall in your diesel fuel. Is that strictly a speculation number, or was there some research done?
Well, there's research done, certainly, and it's a projection.
What was the research?
Just trying to project out what fuel is going to cost. I mean, as the other departments do, like DPW has to predict what the cost of fuel is going to be. And then also knowing that we're going to have another bus on the road doing multiple trips every month. So it's just.
Okay. So your current numbers are somewhere in the vicinity of 14,000 or so usage, and you're anticipating to use your entire budget?
Yeah, I mean,
19,705?
last year we used 19,000. So this is an
Okay.
increase of 4,000 over that, which I think with the increased costs and the increased utilization makes sense.
Yeah, as of today, your diesel fuel usage is, or expended, I should say, is 15,000, no encumbrances. So you have about 4,000 left for 6 weeks. Okay? And you've used 15,000 for about 1,500 a month. Yeah, you probably have a little reserve there, but okay, close enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do any members of the public have anything for senior transportation? All right, seeing none, we move on to community development.
Hi, Tom Kravitz. We have no changes other than the contractual for community development. Right.
Does anyone have any questions for community development? Do any members of the public have any questions for community development? All right. Oh, wait, there we go. Council Muto.
Thank you. Just looking for my notes here. So Chief, we have, at least it looks like what I found, we have a new CDBG block grant annual allowance of the 17,750.
Yes.
Which appeared from the new for the first time, I'm assuming.
So it was inadvertently omitted from last year's supplement. This is the chargeback that we talked about, that finance charges as an expense for doing the financial analysts of the community development office.
Okay. The next item is the housing and community development specialist.
Correct.
It's a 50%, but the increase was nearly 13%. Is that a contractual increase?
Yes. So that's the individual that splits their time between finance and community development. So it's all contractual raises. Nothing in community development is anything but contractual raises. There are no longevity increases.
Okay. And the last one, the uncomfortable question, is your chief of staff.
Correct.
50-50 with the mayor's office.
Correct.
Earns 182, blah, blah, blah.
Correct.
So this is part of your current contract, your contractual obligations?
Correct. My current salary is split in half between the two departments, mayor's office and community development.
Yep, but the increases
Yes,
for both
yes,
of those
yes.
are part of
Sorry,
the contract?
yes.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Community development?
Michelle Comer, Ward 1. Chief, I do recall in the old days you worked, that was your job, community development.
I do recall the old days. I'm old.
There you go. Could you explain some of the duties that it's 2 employees, right? In this department?
So there's 3. There's
3.
So there's basically 2 half and 1 full.
Okay.
And then there's the rehab specialist. So
I'm familiar with the grant application. That's wonderful to get those block grants. What else, what other kind of services are included in the budget?
So the budget is all salary, so we manage the community development block grant program.
Right.
So it provides assistance to nonprofits through public services, public facility improvements, infrastructure improvements, neighborhood improvements as well. We partner with the planning department on grants in eligible low-mod income areas. Oakland Beach received funds for the splash pad and some coastal resiliency. Apponaug received funds for
Right, I recall
playgrounds and
that.
things like that. So
Mhm.
that's basically what we do.
How about, because some of the titles are housing titles.
Right,
How-
so we also run the home improvement loan program, or rehab
Mhm.
loan program, where we provide certain assistance to residents that meet income qualifications for making repairs to their homes. Also, we partner with West Bay Community Action and Ocean State Center for Independent Living to provide modifications to their people's homes. We also, when we had some additional funding, we worked with area nonprofits to provide capital to acquire previously foreclosed properties, convert them into long-term affordable housing. We partner with the state on affordable housing development when there's funding.
A lot of work for 3 people. I thank you.
No problem.
Chief, your position with the community development, it's showing here as a classified position. Are you classified or unclassified?
I am currently unclassified. The community development, Office of Housing Community Development Manager position is a classified position. I am not classified. I serve at the pleasure of the mayor. I'm filling 2 roles.
Got it. So as a follow-up question, is there a difference in compensation between classified and unclassified?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Not that you're aware of, you said.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it.
Next up is Planning Department.
Hi, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. We have contractual changes only. Our department's pretty simple. We have 6 there. And despite the fact we're still carrying the deputy position, Dan Geegan is still with us part-time under the temp. That's why our budget is, our projected is so low. It's likely to be low again this year, so. Because I don't anticipate filling that position this fiscal year.
Does anyone have anything for the Planning Department?
Oh, just bear with me for a minute or two. I'll probably be able to come up with a couple.
Ms. Comar, you can go while you.
Michelle Comar, Ward 1. Hi, Director.
Hi.
The Plan Department hired a consultant for the comp plan update. Is that reflected in last year's budget in this table?
Yeah, it would be.
Maybe under professional services, 360?
No, you know, looking at it again, it wouldn't be. That's too low. That contract was 89,000.
89,000?
Yeah, this is just personnel.
So where is that reflected in the budget?
Not in the personnel budget.
That was an outside consultant, correct?
Right.
So isn't it in Department of Planning budgets for some kind of professional services?
It would be a professional service, but we might have addressed that in capital. It's definitely not in this. This is just our staff.
Okay, so is more money needed to complete the plan or the consultant? work
No,
completed?
that's about 99% done. They're virtually paid nearly in full, and as you know, we're awaiting the final draft,
Right,
after which time we'll actually schedule probably a joint public hearing with the council and planning board.
okay. So there's no money in the budget to hire anybody to finish the comp plan update?
Right, but it's not
Do it all
necessary.
in-house?
It's not necessary.
Okay. So that expired about a year ago, I'm thinking. And I keep seeing Rhode Island general laws mention different housing proposals, laws. And sometimes they mention whether you have or have a valid comprehensive plan. Are we in any kind of peril or jeopardy because our comp plan is outdated, expired?
You technically have 2 years from the point of expiration, so it would expire this August.
Okay,
So there's probably going to be a little bit of time there where it's technically expired until we can get it approved locally by the council here, probably early fall.
okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Director, if you already answered this question, I apologize, I didn't hear it though. Temporary services, that's a new item for you this year compared to last year. And what is that for? It was 20,000.
That's what we use to pay part-time Dan Geegan.
Okay.
Yep. That's why I don't really need to fill the deputy right now, because to have Dan part-time, he's amazing employee. He's great to have around, even part-time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Does any member of the public have anything for the planning department? All right, seeing none, we're moving on to the tourism, culture, and development.
Elizabeth Dunton, Director of Tourism. Other than contractual raises and one employee who gets a longevity raise for 14%.
Does anyone have anything for tourism, culture, and development? Councilman Lattiser?
I couldn't hear what you said, but are there any raises in here other than contractual?
No, just the one longevity employee with the 14% increase.
Just the what, please?
Longevity?
Okay. One with longevity. Okay. Okay, that's it, Mr. President.
Do any members of the public have anything for tourism, culture, and development? All right, seeing none, it looks like we're moving on to Public Works Administration.
Thank you.
What's up?
That's not funny. Eric Earls, Public Works Director. Public Works, are we doing it at the whole department, or are we?
So just one at a time. So first up is administration.
Okay.
On page 33. Because I had one question just regarding your telephone, that it's dropping down to 1,000.
Yeah, that's actually a typographical error. We were going to address that tonight. That should stay at 10,000 rather than 1,000.
Is the math still right, or is it just typographical?
No, the math would probably be off by that 9,000 as well.
All right. Seemed like a safe bet. Does anyone else have anything for Public Works Administration?
Yeah, well, just, I want to check that math. Let me double check it because I'm coming up with something different.
Yeah, my numbers came out accurate with it being only 1,000. So that means it's 9K off. So it would be 868,552.
My math says 868,552.
Yeah, because we're missing the 9. Councilman Muto?
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Director Earls.
Hello.
Question for you on the Water Enterprise Fund credit. It seems like that credit dropped by 1/3 for the administration, and wondering what was contributing to that that decrease.
Oh, I'm sorry. That piece was given to us by finance, so I'm not familiar with how that is calculated.
Mr. President? She's here. Hello.
As you are aware, they do quite a bit of work for water. He's the director. Eric's the director of water. Christie's presenting all the time for water. So we backcharge their time.
No, my question was why the decrease? There was a significant decrease projected.
The decrease would just be, again, my truing up the reconciliation. It hadn't been adjusted for years, so we were, if you look at what is actually being expensed, would have been different than what was budgeted, and I fixed it, so it's all trued up now.
Okay, and you're going to supply us with all those true ups, right? Per previous request?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director, what is the rent?
That's for the Sawtooth building.
That's the Sawtooth building.
Correct.
So the obvious is our rent's going up this year?
Yeah, again, we get that number from planning because they manage that, but yeah, it goes up a little bit every year.
Okay. That's all I have on that. Thank you.
Do any members of the public have anything for Public Works Administration? If not, we're moving on to Public Works Highway. Does anyone have anything for Public Works High? Councilman Lattiser.
Director, Supervisor, highway, well, let me just clear them all up. Anything in these salary increases that are beyond contractual?
No. It's all either step increases, longevity, or just the annual 3.25 or whatever.
Including the supervisor, highway field maintenance?
Yeah, if there's a discrepancy in that, I think it comes from last year at this time, that position was vacant. And so the budget reflected someone coming in at entry level. But more recently, the position was filled by Rick Gallant. And so Rick had more longevity. And so that number was reflecting his salary. So that might be the discrepancy.
So what, is there
The
a
position,
change?
I'm sorry, the position is currently vacant.
I'm sorry?
The position is currently vacant.
Okay, but when the position is filled, does this line item need to be adjusted?
It might, based on who gets the position, depending on whether or not they, their longevity, whether or not they're coming in at step 2 or step 3. So yeah, this is an estimate based on, our best guess of what we would be paying that position.
Best guess on the high end?
Yeah, we went conservative, sure.
And you have a light equipment tractor trailer operator. That position has been eliminated?
No, I don't believe so.
It shows here is nothing budgeted for it. It was showed at fiscal year 26, 75,859, nothing in this year.
Chairman, are you looking at the light equipment / tractor trailer operator versus this year's supplement, just so I can see what you're
Yeah, I'm
looking
looking at the Public Works Highway Department, and it's light equipment / tractor trailer operator, job code 96.
That's the one in last year's supplement you're looking at?
No. It's in here, and it's showing as being eliminated.
Yeah, it should be in the personnel supplement. That position is still part of Public Works.
Okay. Light equipment operator. Okay, and the amount is 71,083. Is that correct?
Is that why?
Because that position is showing as light equipment operator / roll-off, job code 711 for 71,083. So
the roll-off position is a separate position.
Okay, I still need to zero in on this. In this item, it has light equipment / tractor trailer operator. Job code is 96. That would have been in last year's budget, Eric. So this year, you're not showing anything. So that's what I'm saying. This is a position that was eliminated apparently, because it's not showing in your personnel supplement for this year.
I don't think so. This is the pest control.
Let me get my last year's out.
I think it might be this, though. I think that's what you just call it something different. Do we have?
Director, it also looks like just the regular light equipment operator has increased from 7 to 8 from last year to this year.
Yeah, that's what we were just looking at as well. I think in the personnel supplement, it got merged into that category. So they took off the tractor trailer piece of it and just made him light equipment operator in the personnel supplement.
So it wasn't actually supposed to be merged?
His job description, his job title, the person who's doing the job hasn't changed. That person is a light equipment operator, but he also drives a tractor trailer, so he has to have a Class A. So it is the same person that's been doing it. It's just somewhere along in the personnel supplement, they took light equipment operator, tractor trailer, and just lumped that person in with light equipment operators. So like you indicated, we had that 1 and then 7. Now we have 8 light equipment operators.
Okay, so the issue is that position, job code 096, was in the budget this current year. You've pulled that out of the budget, you've eliminated that position, and you are currently maintaining a complement of 50 positions in Highway Department.
That's correct. That number hasn't changed.
Okay. And you've added the light equipment operator. That's the one that's in there for 71,000.
Yeah, and that does need to be corrected.
Corrected how?
To go to the designation that we had last year so that we identify that as the tractor trailer operator, light equipment / tractor trailer.
Okay.
It should be
does the salary line item stay the same?
Yes.
Okay, so he's going to go to job code 96, but his salary is going to remain at 71,083.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry for that.
So are all 8 people that were in theory under light equipment operator for this year all at the same salary?
Well, just with whatever contractual bumps, but
so it's just not a clean 505 divided by 8. It's a bunch of different ones then.
oh yeah, no, they don't all get paid the same. Is that what you mean?
So never mind then.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I understand. So back to you, Councilman Lasser, sorry.
Yeah, but you bring up a good point, Mr. President, because all right, no, never mind. Never mind, that's all set. Okay, and everybody else, Eric, is strictly contractual.
Correct.
Okay. And you are looking for a total budget of $3,631,000, right? In highway.
That was last year's number, Chairman.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. I'm looking at last year's. Okay. Too many books, too many notes. Okay, thank you. I'm all set with that right now.
Yeah, Director, just to clarify on that line item, so the salary for having the tractor trailer operator, seems like that's a higher salary significantly. Is that well, it was 75,859 last year. I'm assuming that's up this year. Is that allocated within that 505, or with the kind of squish together of those two positions, did the salary inadvertently get dropped down to a different designation? Just want to make sure that there's enough money in your budget to cover his salary plus the other 7.
I understand your question, and we'll certainly check that, but I would be 90% certain that because it's an existing position, he exists on their Excel spreadsheet, so his salary would be lumped in somewhere, and he probably just got lumped in there. But we can certainly confirm that. I understand what you're saying. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we just want to make sure you have enough money to pay your people. That's the only question I have, Council President.
Thank you. Let's see. Looking at line item 63-290 asphalt, request comes in at $72,000 this year. How does it look overall for total funds available for paving the roads?
That line item is not for paving the roads. That asphalt line item is for filling potholes, right? The paving comes out of a separate line item.
Just to make sure I'm on the same page, which line item would that be?
It's not in this package. I think we'd have to bring finance into that discussion to answer that, but it's not part of this highway budget.
Okay. I just have to ask because traditionally years ago, that would be the line item that would include not just the filling of the potholes, but the paving of the roads. So we can follow up on that outside of the budget hearings. Thank you.
Very good.
Director, if the paving budget isn't in the highway, where is it?
Well, that account, because it deals with reimbursements from Rhode Island Energy, finance set up a separate location for that to go, so it's not part of this budget, so that money continues to overlap. So in the past, back when I was a city engineer, any reimbursements that we got would get lumped back into the general fund and be lost to the paving operation. So what finance has been able to do is they've set up an account so that money rolls over, so we're constantly using it to pave. Because sometimes we don't get our reimbursements until late in the fiscal year, and otherwise we would have lost them.
So what is that paving account number and what is in that paving account? I don't understand why that's not in the budget.
So that first one's definitely pertinent, just so that we know what we're going to talk about later, but discussing the contents of it isn't pertinent to this department. I understand what you're going for, but you're asking to talk about a line item in a different area.
It's highway. Paving is always in highway. And it's not now. And I'm asking, where is it?
I recall that we've had this over at least last year, and I believe maybe prior years too, where there was a line item here, but then there was one separate for far larger, the one that actually mattered for the purposes of paving.
Okay, so fine. If it's not in highway, where is it? These are dollars that are in the city coffers under the control of the city, and we need to know what account they're in and how much money is in that account.
Right. The first question's pertinent just so we know when we get there, what to talk about. But the second question's just not pertinent for this part of the budget that we're on. That's all.
So which part of the budget is it?
That's the part I agree with. Yes, we need to know that so we can figure that out.
Okay.
So Lynn or Director Earl, do you know where it is?
It's in a 401 account, right? A 401 code.
401 what? Because there's a whole bunch of numbers after 401.
So we have two budget codes. One's an expense and one is a revenue. 401-0401 and 401-0430.
Wait a minute. Sorry, Christy, say that again, please.
401-0401.
0401 is which account?
That's the expense.
That's the expense account. Okay.
And revenues. So any reimbursements that we get, whether it's the gas company or DOT, is 401-0430.
0420? 30. That's where the money is sitting?
That's where our deposits go.
Okay. And how much is in that account?
I haven't checked it, but we can certainly look into that.
Okay, please, yeah. So we should be able to have that for tomorrow? Yes?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, great, thank you. The salt item, of course, this winter was certainly unprecedented, and we certainly took a major hit for that. But in the salt budget, never mind, I'll withdraw that. I'm good for now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any member of the public have anything for Public Works Highway?
Hi, Stuart Wilson, Ward 1. I had just, these are like sort of more general questions, but I'm curious because I lived through this insane blizzard. I know this is like old news now, but it was, I thought, remarkably, handled by the city. Thank you to you, Mayor. And so I see 50 employees here. And so how many of them do you think worked on snow removal?
All of them.
All of them, yeah. And so what about, and I know we're not on there, but employees of other departments too, I'm guessing?
Yeah, this is highway we're talking about now, but field maintenance, automotive, sewer, water, building maintenance, all played a part in it.
That's what I assumed. So I'm trying to get the sense of the scope and the scale of the work getting done. And I have another, so what about for example, there's a park near my house, North Country Club Drive. Who handles that? Because there's a running track on that, and that also gets taken care of. Who does that?
That would be either highway or more likely field maintenance.
Okay, all right. Because that's, when they built that, I didn't know what they were doing. And the next thing you know, people are on it all the time. It's like, if you build it, they will come, right? So I wanted to ask about that so I can get a sense of it. So I really appreciate that, because it's a lot of work, and I'm looking at overtime, and it seems like overtime wasn't as historic as the storm felt, right? So it does seem like these are a lot of hardworking people, and I just want to say that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Councilman Lattiser had asked for the paving budget. We have the number now, if we can still do it.
If it's in a different department, then no thank you as far as that. Because just like we told Ms. Komar, if it's not pertinent to the one we're on, we can't talk about it yet. We gotta be even-handed with that. I know it's silly,
Council
but-
President, just as a point of order, if it's not anywhere in the budget, but it's city funds, how do we ever discuss it?
I heard part of that.
If this is a line item that's in the city control, but is nowhere in this budget, and any of the budget documents that I have on my desk or opened on my laptop, how do we ever discuss it?
I think it is in.
It's not. We've
Really?
looked.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
When do we talk about it? If we don't-
I'm just asking the council president, since it's not in any of these budget documents, how do we ever get to the point of ever discussing it?
Yes.
So I just had a side conversation with the finance director, and because it has no impact on the tax rate or anything, it ends up being like a wash.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Christie.
I can't really hear.
I'm lost. Are we allowed to talk about this or not allowed
I think
to
we're
talk
trying to
about
figure out if we're ever allowed to talk about it. This is apparent ghost money that has no oversight, no accountability, and no transparency.
Yeah, is this in the budget anywhere?
No.
Then technically we're not, because it's not. So I don't even know, solicitor. So the item in question is not in the budget because it involves the reimbursement from Rhode Island Energy. It's involving paving.
But we also have no paving line item, so if we ever wanted to put more money into paving the streets for our constituents and our wards, we can't because there's no
Well,
line item to put it in.
That we used to be able to at least.
63,290 is asphalt.
And how are we supposed to vote on a budget when we don't have all the information in the budget?
But the director didn't testify. Director alluded to the fact that this asphalt line item is only for potholes, not for resurfacing, repaving.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes.
That is true right now, but as Councilman Ricks, I believe, pointed out, that line used to be for paving. Like that line item used to be $1 million, $2 million.
Right.
But since we started our program with reimbursements from Rhode Island Energy, this account was set up because what was happening if we were using that, money would get dropped into the account in June. We get checked, $500,000 reimbursement from Rhode Island Energy. That would be dropped in June. July 1st would be gone, and we would lose it. So what finance was able to do was set up an account so that money would roll over and continue to be used for paving rather than be lost to the general budget.
I get that, but I remember us discussing that when there was something in the budget so that we could actually see, hey, look, there it is. And yes, it was complicated because it was coming in and coming out. But now it sounds like it's not there at all.
I feel like that should be reflected somewhere in something.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
Some accountability of what's coming in, what are we actually spending
It's a cash
on?
flow item. You have money coming in, you have money going out. We need to have an accounting on what money is coming in and what money is going out and what's sitting there in that account. This is taxpayer dollars and cents that we're talking about, and it needs to be included in the budget. If we're going to vote on a budget, then you need to know how much money we really have.
Right.
And until we know what's in that line item, we don't know how much money we have. And there's no control on it, and we need it.
So would that, just a question through the president to whom, I don't know, somebody that might be able to answer this, would that be like a revenue line item or where should that be? It should be somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like I would agree with Councilman Ricks, but what he just said, we're both. It sounds like if we're going to reflect it accurately, but I'm by no means a financial expert, so I'm not sure where it would be best reflected.
I don't like this answer either because we don't have audited financial statements right now, but it is clearly in the audited financial statements. And I'm happy to pull the trial balance for you because I know it will match what our financial statements have. But that is actually where it would reflect because it is a reserve fund.
So, Mr. President, I would suggest that perhaps we just set this aside and come back to it tomorrow so we can have, and the administration can have the time to research whatever they have to research to get us accurate numbers.
Yeah, at a minimum, we have to set it aside because I'm not sure how we are able to discuss it, given that technically it's not in the documentation in any way. So we'll basically figure it out. They'll work on their end. We'll work on our end with the solicitor to figure out if and how we can discuss it tomorrow.
We're having a little disagreement here. She's a new finance director. This item was always in the capital budget. We had a line item in the capital budget for paving.
Yeah,
So
I remember.
We're going to straighten this out.
Yeah, I remember discussing. Yeah, like we said, we'll figure it out.
Christy remembers it that way too. This is Lynn's really the first year she put together the whole budget. She may have her own little methods.
Yeah,
But
no
you're
judgment.
You're
That's
absolutely
fine.
correct. We all remember it. It was in the capital budget.
Yeah, well,
That's fine. Figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. All right, so we'll put a pin in that. Is there anything else besides that for Public Works Highway?
Oh, yes, there is. So 63,377. Director, you have a projected budget for snow removal of $175,000. Where does that number come from? $175,000.
I think that projection is just extrapolating the existing based on how much time is left. It doesn't make sense that there would be that much projected because we're obviously not getting snow when it's 90 degrees out. So I think that might just be a math error that, like, okay, you spent this much in 9 months, the next 3 months it's going to be a comparable amount, and that's how we got there. So that's not accurate.
That's like, I think that just based upon what I know from at least one invoice, that number is not even close to where we are with snow removal. So here again, if we're going to approve a budget, we need to know what we have spent for snow removal this past season. And that's a number that should be available by now. The blizzard was 2 months ago or 3 months ago. So we should have that number now.
All of the expenses that relate to the historic blizzard, we're assuming we're going to get reimbursement from FEMA for that. We're actually put it in a reserve fund for FEMA reimbursement. It's the exact same fund the 2010 flood went through. And so most of the snow removal went there.
I'm glad you mentioned FEMA reimbursement. So FEMA reimbursement will be based upon what we spent in snow removal, right?
And administrative costs.
Okay, so this isn't the only line item in this budget that has snow removal. There's some numbers scattered around in other places. And I'm not saying it was like to be deceiving. It's just they're put into a different place, and that's fine. I get that. But in order for us to get a FEMA reimbursement, the city must come up with a total number, documented total number for snow removal. And that's the number that I'm looking for, is to how much have we spent, including encumbrances because of invoices that haven't been paid yet, including encumbrances, how much did we spend for snow removal in totality for fiscal year 2026, and what is the FEMA reimbursement, which becomes income that we can expect to receive, because that FEMA reimbursement, I would think, is going to impact this budget.
We don't know when the FEMA reimbursement will come through. As you're aware, the feds keep opening and closing. Even when that wasn't happening with the 2010 flood, if you recall, it took about 10 years for us to get the money back. So we put it in a reserve fund, assuming we will get reimbursement.
Director, with all due respect, we don't know what or when we're going to get the reimbursement for the schools, but it's been calculated into the budget. So there has to be a number that FEMA is going to provide to the city for that reimbursement. And that reimbursement becomes a receivable, whether it's this year or next year or the year after. It's money, it's revenue that the city is getting in. I want to know what that number is.
Unfortunately, the chiefs left, but they're actually in charge of emergency management. So they're in charge of working with the consultant in totality. So I actually don't know what the status update is of that reimbursement.
So, Mr. President, perhaps we can just continue this item to tomorrow too. This is an important item. The snow plowing budget is not even close to accurate. And we have no idea what we're going to get from FEMA as income because we don't know what the real numbers are. So I think this is just, it's appropriate that we hold this till tomorrow too, so the administration have the opportunity to get those numbers.
Yeah, unless there's any objection, this seems like a reasonable stopping point, especially given that after this, we still have several DPW like divisions anyway. So it's not like, as of now, we're going to be able to finish DPW anyway. At least not by 10:30, that's for sure. But it's up, the will of the body, so it's up to you all. Is there any objection to stopping now?
I have no objection.
All right.
I would have stopped an hour ago.
So, Mr. President, if the council would consider a motion to continue hearing on unfinished items to May 19th, 2026 at 4 p.m., this would be picking up at the Public Works Highway Code 63 and subsequent items on the agenda.
Well, bear in mind, we'd be picking up at school department, and then we'd go next to DPW per the unobjected to ruling at the beginning.
That's a motion for tomorrow. Tonight, it's holding all remaining items.
Oh, fair enough. All right, yeah. Will anyone care to make a motion in line with the solicitor just stated?
I'll make a motion. Whatever the solicitor just said, I agree to.
It's a motion to continue everything, or to continue the unfinished business right where we are right now tomorrow. You can say.
All right, any objection? All right, seeing none, we'll see you all back tomorrow.